subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to my man, Mr. 43TX. Shout out to my old school homeboys from way back in the day. Mr. Urban Eagle. Good to see you guys in here. You guys make sure that you buckle up and put your seatbelts on good and tight, because we're going to have a rough night. Somebody type rough night in the chat room. Well, anyway, I'd like to first thank everybody for joining me. It is truly a pleasure to be here. The fact that thousands of people listen to my broadcast on a daily basis, and actually I got 1 million views last month. 1 million views. It's a lot. It's a lot more than television stations get. And so it lets me know whatever I'm doing, I need to keep doing it, because whether you like it or not, you're watching. And it also reminds me that I have to make sure that what I do has a lasting effect. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people don't necessarily like my teaching style, and I'm okay with that. But the one thing is, it's a type of communication that you can't forget. And on top of that, I'm the perfect person to deliver it. Because as the fellas will tell you, I embrace being the bad guy. In fact, I'm known throughout YouTube as the bad guy, you know, and there's a good reputation. There's a good reason for that. Lots of good reasons for that. And those guys who've been here with me for years know why. And the main thing is because I speak the truth and I don't hold back. I'm not so terribly concerned about subscribers, even though I do want to get to 100,000. I'm not so terribly concerned, which is why even after 4 years, I'm just now about to get to the $100,000 money-making subscribing mark. But the truth is, sometimes I will say things and discuss things that I know that are unpopular, not necessarily because I'm just trying to be obtuse, but because I know they need to be said. And eventually you all will catch up and you all will get around to where I'm at. It might take 4 or 5 years, but I'm usually about half a decade ahead of everybody. So excuse that slurping sound. But again, that's why they call me the Blizzard King. Shout out to the Ice Lords, because I always come with that ice cold truth. Shout out to everybody in the chat room right now. Again, let me go ahead and reintroduce myself. My name is Dennis Spurling. I'd like to welcome you all to the broadcast. And tonight, we are at I cannot believe, let me fix this real quick, man. I cannot believe this is terrible. Let me hold on a minute, family. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix something real quick. I got to fix something. The title seems to be a bit off. That's crazy, man. The title is off. Let me get this title together. I can't believe I just disrespected the title like that, man. But let me get this together. We shall proceed. Okay. If y'all give me a few seconds, I'm going to get this queued up again. We got to get this title locked and loaded, man. Okay. All right. Gotta get this title together. Y'all bear with me real quick, man. Uncle D is getting a little ahead of myself, man. But Anyway, we all good, man. You guys make sure you hit the number 1 button. As long as you can hear me and I can hear you, we're good to go. We are good to go as long as you can hear me and I can hear you. But let me just fix this title real quick and we'll go ahead and get this thing crackalating. All right. Oh, man. All right. Boom, boom, bada bing. Let me see here. Okay, so we got the title. The name of this broadcast tonight, well, let me go ahead and reintroduce myself officially. We got some more folks that came in. Why the single mother conversation needs to be re-examined, okay? Why the single mother conversation needs to be re-examined. And some of you all are saying, well, Uncle D, you're an advocate for Black men. I certainly am. But in this particular political climate, we as Black Americans have to be mindful of the things that we say. Now, we had an argument. Somebody type we in the chat room. We had an argument. When I say we, I'm talking about Black American men and Black American women. And this argument has been going on for about the past 70 years. And around about, I don't know, when did Facebook form up? About what was that before that? MySpace? Is that what that formed up? Is that MySpace? That was the early 2000s? It was like 2000, I don't know, 8, something like that. Well, the so-called gender war was a one-sided war where the media exploited the gripes of Black women and made it daytime television. And so for years, Black men had to, be the butt of jokes, and we had to deal with the chastisement of Black women. And of course, it would be unpopular to even the comedians chimed in on it. And so, for the most part, new generation of brothers popped up with social media, and they started voicing their opinions about Black women. One of those main issues that came up about 15 years ago was single motherhood. Somebody type single mama in the chat room. Somebody type baby mama in the chat room. Somebody type baby mama in the chat room. Hopefully you don't call the spirit of your baby mama up and then she hits you up for that child support payment that's late. I hope you won't do that. But bottom line is that's been a huge talking point. It's been a sticking point. Gotcha. Brothers like, we got you. Okay. Black manosphere, we got you. These single mothers are the root cause of all evil in America, right? And not all single mothers, just Black single mothers, right? Like the ones that raised us. Somebody type us in the chat room. Just like your mama, right? Your mama was a single mother. Most of you Black men know just what I'm talking about. Some of y'all had your own personal mother who was married to your own personal father or stepfather, something like that. But the bottom line is the single mother issue has always been a talking point, okay, since Black men began to use social media about 15 years ago. And so, the thing we have to understand is this, fellas, we won. We won, okay? We won. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that, the world, the whole, complete, and entire world now thinks just as poorly of Black women as they think of Black men, right? So we won. We won the battle. Hand clap. We won. We've spent the past 15 years giving them what they had been giving us for the first 50 or 60 years, and now we won. Somebody type we won in the chat room. Now the world thinks that the women who, gave birth to us, for those of you all who have Black mothers, or the women who gave birth to them, our grandmothers, and the current group of Black women, they all think that we did a great job in convincing the world that Black women are horrible. So we won. Okay, we won. We won the battle, right? And what else do you want? Did you think that they would stop talking? Did you think that they would stop? No. It's just escalating, it's getting worse. But the truth is, the environment's changing, the economy's changing, so on and so forth. So, women don't necessarily, they've realized that that feminism, that white women tricked them into biting into, even though that wasn't their issue in the first place, right? Well, at what point in America's history have Black women been prohibited from working? At what point in American history have Black women uh, uh, had a choice or autonomy over their bodies, whether it's to have a baby or delete a baby, right? But white women convinced Black women that they were in the fight with them. And, and of course, Black women have their gripe with Black men. And, so they use that as ammunition. Yeah, girl, you need to come on, Patrice. Come on. You can come over here with me and Amy and Karen, and we can fight the patriarchy, even though Black men have never had any control over Black women in this country. We don't necessarily control the levers of power at the highest height. Okay, so the bottom line is, fellas, we won. We have proven to the world that Black women are as bad as we are. So now, not only is it that Black men look bad, because we've had media and everything, and before Black women were just considered Jezebels, but now they're considered violent, horrible moms, all the stuff that we talk about. So we won. Somebody typed we won in the chat room. They're horrible mothers. Isn't that somebody typed we won in the chat room? And we've gone a long way to prove that, right? And we've also proved that they are the only single mothers in the world, and they're the worst single mothers ever, and they're the most irresponsible single mothers in the whole wide world ever. And there's not any other single mothers anywhere else in the world like the ones we have here, right? We won, right? We won, fellas. Come on now. Come on, let's get into it. Somebody type Black Manosphere in the chat room. We won, fellas. Black Manosphere won. Okay. And even though I was put out the Black Manosphere, I guess about 3-4 years ago, because they don't like all the things I say, just like many of you don't like all the things I say. But I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with being put out. I don't even think I volunteered to be in the Black Manosphere. I think they kind of just drafted me in. They liked some of the stuff I was saying. Then they put me out. Like, what I do? I'm Black. I'm a man. My head is like a sphere. You know what I'm saying? But bottom line is, family, this conversation that we're going to have tonight, or today, or this morning, or wherever you are, I want to. It's for a special group of people. Okay, it's for a special group of people. We need to talk. I want to be on. Let's talk. See, the only way this conversation is going to be productive for you, okay, is this is the requirement, and I don't know if all of you are going to fit it. Okay, because this conversation is actually for Black people who like Black people. Yeah. What I mean is, this conversation is for Black women who still like Black men, and it's for Black men who still like Black women. Okay? See, this is not the conversation for Black people, men or women, who secretly hate Black people. Right? And this is not for Black men who've turned, who made, turn hating Black women into a personality. And this is not for Black women who turn hating Black men into some sort of public performance. Because if you don't like Black people, men or women, then just say that. If you do not care whether foundational Black Americans survive into the next century, then to be honest about, you need to just be honest about that. Don't hide it. All right? Don't hide behind accountability. When what you really mean is, what you really have is contempt. Don't pretend you're trying to save the Black family when your language and your tone and your attitude show that you're disgusted by the very people who make up the family. Okay? So just so we actually like Black people. right? If you're one of the people who actually, and I'm only talking to black people because I know there's some people out there who are not black, who really don't like black people. And, you know, you're entitled to your funky opinion. But bottom line is, you know, I don't really care. Okay. But this is for black people. If you don't care whether foundational black Americans survive into the next century, then you need to be honest. Okay. But don't pretend that you're trying to save the black family. Okay. Because your tone, your attitude, it shows that you're disgusted. That's what it says. And if we actually like black people, then we have to re-examine how we talk about black women having children outside of marriage. I'm saying plainly that the single mother conversation needs to be re-examined, not softened, not ignored, not excused, but re-examined with a more intelligent, with more history and more demographic honesty. Now, we can talk about fatherlessness. We can talk about instability. We can talk about poverty. We can talk about bad relationship decisions. We can talk about men not stepping up. We can talk about mothers choosing poorly and pushing men away. We can talk about welfare policy. We can talk about incarceration. We can then talk about unemployment, crime. We can talk about cultural delay. We can talk about community breakdown. We can blame the white man. All of that can be discussed, and I'm not afraid of that conversation. Anybody who's been with me over the past 6 months knows exactly what I mean. I will not back down. You can call me all these mean names, boule, talented chance. Call me all of them. Every last one of them. But what you're not going to call me is fake. See? And in fact, we're not going to have a fake conversation where black single mothers is treated as nothing but liabilities, while everybody ignores the fact that there are the main reason that the black American population is still reproducing at all. And see, that's the part people don't want to say out loud. And no, that doesn't mean that the situation is ideal. It doesn't mean fatherlessness doesn't matter. It doesn't mean marriage is irrelevant. It doesn't mean children don't benefit from a two-parent stable home. It doesn't mean we should romanticize instability or pretend that every single mother household is healthy. Because those of us who grew up in them, have been around them, and have witnessed them, and Lord knows I have bore witness to them. We're not going to pretend like it's healthy. That would be stupid. And we don't do stupid things on this broadcast. Okay? We don't. But there's a difference between saying this is not the ideal family structure and saying these women are destroying the community, and those aren't the same statement. Okay? One is a serious family policy conversation. Okay? And let me hit y'all with that. When I say destroying the community, let me run that because some of y'all didn't get that. Black women are supplying the community with the black people. If not for them, there wouldn't be any black people at this point. Okay? I just want to clarify that for those who like to take clips and roll with the clips without actually listening to the whole context. I know, not everybody picks up stuff, so I try to put it down where the cows can eat it. I talk extra slow. And on top of that, I try to speak on a language or a level where everybody can understand. Okay? But what I'm trying to tell you guys is that black women are the ones supplying the community with black people, single black mothers specifically. And see, again, if nearly 70% of, and let me run that down to you so you can understand it clearly. If 70% of black births are out of marriage, they're outside of marriage, then black single mothers aren't some fringe exception to black family life. They're not a small side issue. They are the central. They're central to the current Black family system, whether people like that reality or not. You can't dislike the condition, but you can't ignore the role. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to like how we got here. You don't have to like uh, what's going on. You can disagree with the fact that women are having children out of wedlock, but you should not mistake the fact that if it wasn't for Black women who are producing 70% of these children, we wouldn't have any. That's what you need to understand. They wouldn't be here. No little Black babies in strollers. Okay. No more running backs for the NFL. Yeah. No more safeties. None of that. Okay. No more new dance moves. You understand what I'm saying? So we need to go ahead and speak honestly about that, about the role that Black women currently play in our population or maintaining our entire population. But again, I'm not denying anything about complexities associated with being with women raising children by themselves. But we also have to address this from an adult's perspective when it comes to, not just the problems, but the fact that these single mothers are actually supplying the community with children. And the last thing you want to do is piss off the plug. You understand what I mean? Any third-rate dope boy understands that you don't insult the source while you still depend on that supply. You don't curse out the person carrying what you claim you need. You don't build a future by humiliating the very women producing the children who are supposed to inherit that future. So yes, we need to talk about single motherhood. We need to talk about it like adults, not like bitter men trying to win YouTube arguments, trying to catch get back, not like bitter women pretending men don't matter. Okay? We got to do that. And see, that's why we have to be careful when we talk about Black single mothers. According to the statistics, according to common sense, the ideal household is a stable mother and a father raising children together. Nobody serious needs to deny that. Children benefit from mom and dad. More importantly, they benefit from stability. Children benefit from a present father, and they benefit from a responsible mom. Children benefit from discipline, structure, love, protection, and provision. But the Black family has never been limited to that narrow nuclear household. That's where people get historically sloppy. The Black family has often been extended family institution. It's been an extended family institution, I should say, because Black family formation didn't develop under normal conditions, did it? Did it develop under normal conditions? Huh? Black fathers were sold away. And then after we were sold away, when we finally got free, we were underpaid. We were criminalized. We were incarcerated. We were killed early. We were pushed out by poverty. We were destabilized by unemployment. We were sent off to war. We were driven out by migration and made economically unstable by systems that are much bigger than one person's household. And yes, some men are irresponsible. We have to say that too. Some men just left. Some men failed. Some men had children and they didn't raise. They didn't want to raise them. And we don't have to lie for anybody. That's not what today's discussion is about. I mean, as I said before, we've won. Matter of fact, both sides have won. This gender war, everybody's won. Black women, we didn't think that the world could think any less of us as Black men. And you helped them think less of us. And Black men, we have successfully put enough dirt and ammunition out there for the world to think as little of Black women as they think about black men. So we won too. Everybody won. Give yourself a hand clap. We won. And now, while we're surrounded by all this racial strife and all this black fatigue, they're using that same weaponry, our same words against us. How about that? But see, here's the thing. We don't need to pretend that the black family breakdown fell from the sky because black women suddenly became bad people and immoral, and black men suddenly became useless. That's childish. That's ahistorical. That's intellectually lazy. The welfare state didn't create all this from scratch. It stepped into a long existing history of fractured family conditions. It stepped into a world where black families had already been disrupted by slavery for almost 250 years. And then Jim Crow came in and made it impossible to live. Folks was excluded from jobs because of the color of their skin. They couldn't live where they wanted to because of housing discrimination. And then you had racial violence hanging over your head. Then, of course, there's the targeted incarceration, right? Low wages, all this other issues. So when black children born outside of marriage, we shouldn't automatically read that as no family, okay? Sometimes it means no legal marriage. That's what it means sometimes. Sometimes it means no stable father in the home, okay? Sometimes it means a broken relationship. Sometimes it means just bad decisions. Sometimes it means, hey, poverty. And sometimes it means instability. But culturally, it doesn't mean that the child was born into nothing with nobody that cares about. That's not what that means. And we have to be honest about that. And again, this is nothing new in the black family. Many of those children are still born into broader black kinship networks. They may have a grandmother. They may have an auntie. They may have an uncle. They may have cousins and older siblings and godparents and church mothers and neighbors and play cousins. Somebody type play cousin in the chat room if you had one. They may have not had the ideal structure, but they aren't always outside of a family. They're often inside of a different kind of black family structure, one that was built because black people had to survive conditions that kept attacking the nuclear household. That doesn't make single motherhood the goal. That is not what I'm saying. It doesn't make make a father being absent acceptable. It doesn't make instability harmless. But it does mean we need to stop talking like fools, because if your solution to the black family crisis is to attack black single mothers until they stop having black children, then we're going to have a problem. Because, see, you're not restoring the black family, you're shrinking the black population. And that's not discipline. That's demographic suicide with a microphone. Let me give you all some numbers. Okay? Y'all still with me? We still getting warmed up. Listen to me very carefully here. So, according to the CDC, and this is from 2023, there was 491,000 black mothers in the United States in 2023, and 340,000 of those births were to unmarried black mothers, okay? So 491,000 black women gave birth in 2023. Of those 490,000, 340,000 of those births were to single black mothers. That means 69.3% of black births were non-marital births. So for white mothers, let's compare that. That's 26.8% of them. So that's non-marital birth rate among, you understand that? 26.8%, basically 27% of white women gave birth to children outside of wedlock. 69% of black women gave children outside of wedlock. That's true. But they've had a 200, 300 year head start. And when we finish with this conversation, you will have a better understanding of what I mean. But see, here's the part people don't want to say out loud. Right now, somebody type right now. Right now, those births also carry a massive share of the Black population in America. The replacement level fertility rate in a developed country like ours is usually 2.1 children per woman. Okay? Not a parent, per woman. That means the population generally needs a woman to have about 2.5 kids. Some women need to have 2, some women need to have 3 over their lifetime, just to replace itself over the generation. That's just to replace the generation, not to grow, just to replace. Okay? Officially, the CDC final data from 2023 put the total U.S. fertility rate at 1.621 births per woman. That's already below. It's 1.6. So we don't even have enough Americans that are replacing Americans. Now, what do you think it is for Black women in 2023? I'm not going to make you guess. For Black women, the total fertility rate is 1.58. So basically 1.6 births per woman, which means we are below fertility rate. Okay, that's below replacement rate. So foundational Black Americans, somebody type delineation. Somebody, come on now, somebody type reparations. Come on now, let's get it. It won't be enough of us in here to collect the reparations, is what I'm trying to explain to you all. Now let's analyze that. If it's, they count, look, you need to understand something. They don't separate foundational Black Americans from Black immigrants and their descendants. Shout out to Flowers Galore. So that same culture that's passed down from foundational Black American families and mothers, et cetera, to the children, that's not coming from Black immigrants and Black descendants. Those are children from Jamaicans and Haitians and Africans, et cetera. So what, now the thing you have, and shout out to Flowers Galore. Now, the federal data doesn't give us FBA only fertility rates. Somebody type FBA only. The federal government does not give us FBA only fertility rates. So if someone estimates the FBA fertility around, let's say 1.3, which is about 75% of the Black births, because there's about 25% immigrants in this country who fall under the Black umbrella. So if you separate it out, then the FBA birth rate is about 1.3. Now, what did I say you need? You need 2.1 just to replace yourself. So we damn near, we are one baby short of replacing ourselves. Now, what if, now think about this. What we can say for sure is that the official Black fertility rate is already below replacement. Now, again, if the total birth rate of foundational Black Americans is 1.3, what happens if single mothers, which represents 2/3 of that, stop giving birth to children? What happens? Oh, well, let's look at the alternative, because remember, we talk about, we don't like single mothers, like the ones that raised us, right? Isn't that right? Come on, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. We've been preaching baby deletions. And we need to handle that talk very seriously and with care, because the available national abortion rate by race, and it varies, it says that from 2022, it shows that Black women made up about 40% of the baby deletion receipts. Think about that. We already have below replacement level. And when we want to start talking about FBA married women aren't having enough children. You understand what I'm saying? If you need 2.1 to replace, if you just had, if foundational Black American women were the only ones having children who were married, That'd be like 0.4. The bottom line is when it comes to baby deletions, the major black women account for a significant share of abortions, so we need to be careful with that. Now, let's go ahead and let you guys see some video footage first, because I want to, you know what I do, all right? Because I don't want it to just be about me. I want you to know that this is what we're talking about. Now, I started off early saying, you know, the mean, nasty conversations that we've had about single mothers. And, you know, now that I've given you kind of like wet your whistle a little bit on what we're dealing with, I think you all understand where I'm coming from. Now, let's go ahead and look at some of the rhetoric. Somebody type rhetoric in the chat room. Let's look at some of the rhetoric. Let's look at, we got old Pimp right here. Look at this fella right here. Make sure you can hear.
No fathers in the house. And all these dudes is robbing and killing and selling drugs. Where is this problem coming from? It's coming from you, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Then they got to understand too, it's a big thing that's going on. It's a white woman just got incarcerated, her and her husband, because their kid killed 4 people. Okay. Because he killed 4 people, they're charging the parent with the murder. Now, imagine what's going to happen in the black community when it.
Now, you know, I told you all that 27% of white women have single white women are having children out of wedlock. Now, there's a significantly larger number of white women in the United States. And I think the last time I checked, it was about 15 million single mothers over the past 10, 15 years. So they have a significant number of single mothers themselves. But when people start saying stuff like selling dope and drive-by shootings, he didn't have to say he's referring to black women. He basically, we understand that. It's inferred when you say single mother and you refer to the United States, you're talking about black women, right? That's what we hear. Whether we hear it on Fox News or from an old pimp like this. You understand? So this is what we won. We won the contest, right? We've convinced black women and single mothers is a horrible thing and you should not have it. You should delete the baby. And now we have less than replacement level childbirths. And if you look at the FBA, it's less than that. So you got to knock 25% off of the 1.6 birth rate that we had, which is still below replacement level. And then when you knock that off, it's worse. So we hear it coming. Let's keep listening.
Finally resonate. Now this is president. The president has said there's going to be a lot of unsubmissive black women who refuse to have a black man who can control the household in their household that's going to be getting incarcerated because your child just shot up the block. Mm-hmm. And they're going to say, you should have knew better. It's like, well, I don't know better. Well, we just locked the white woman up. You don't think we're going to lock your black butt up? So, you know what I mean? Black women and black men got to understand.
Now, I know, we, this is a pimp. Somebody type pimping in the chat room. This is a pimp now. I mean, so I don't necessarily know if he's the person to be the moral, judge of other people's sin, if you will, or shortcomings. But nevertheless, we have a place for pimps in the black community. And I think the pimp took over the manhood role back in the 1970s and 80s. And I kind of talked about this many, many years ago. And so some people wrap their masculinity into game and macking. And, at the end of the day, if you talk to a black man, the first thing they'll say was, you got that woman with your money. I got game. Somebody type game in the chat room. I got game. When have you ever heard an Asian man or a white man or Arab man say he got his woman with game? Right? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have money and a job and success and a big, beautiful home and the ability to take care of a woman. The way in which masculinity is counted in the black community is whether or not you have those pimping skills. And intricate to those pimping skills is game. Okay. And that lets you know that we have a warped sense of manhood because, unfortunately in the 1960s and 70s, a lot of pimp movies came out, a lot of player movies came out, and we thought it was fly with the little Coke spoons around the neck and spitting game. So we wrap our test of manhood is not how much control you have, not how much respect you command in the community, but whether or not you can pull a woman with game. Okay, your pockets may be empty. And as we used to say, you might not have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. But if you can trick a pretty girl, a pretty woman into, giving you a few her short hours and time and minutes or whatever, then you're more of a man than the other guy. Okay, so this is why we have a place for pimps in the Black community. But we'll go ahead and listen. Let's listen to the pimp pass judgment.
Understand, man, that the reason why we have so many killings is because the lack of a submissive woman, the lack of a man in the household. Bro, newsflash. The statistics is so high in terms of a single parenting family, right? Okay, if that's the truth, and we got all this killing, we got all this dope dealing, all these young criminals, who raising them? The females. I ain't raised. Well, I raised mine, but my homie said he ain't raising his. She don't even pick up his phone call.
Yep. 80% of the jails are single parent households.
Now, we're not
because the father's not at home.
Exactly.
I'm not refuting any of those. Those are all verifiable facts. But my whole point is, I think we already won. Somebody type "we won" in the chat room. We've already won. We won already, and we won. I mean, we now our people are just using what we say against us. I mean, how much more winning can we stand? And this is for the men and the women. Fellas, we won. Let's listen to some more, because we got to let the ladies get their point across, right? We won already. Both of us won. As I said earlier, fellas, we have successfully convinced the world that Black women are as horrible as we are, right? So now their reputation is as down in the mud as ours. We won, fellas. We won. Okay. And so, but it continues. Let's keep listening. Again, this conversation is not for everybody. This conversation is only for Black people that like Black people. Okay. This is not a conversation for everybody. This conversation is only for Black people who like Black people. And the baby girl said, I don't get how we won. We didn't win, baby. That's my whole point. I'm just being facetious. This is my teaching style. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gave that away. We won. Just say we won and just go along with it. But again, let's keep listening.
Biggest disappointments on this earth, and it don't seem to be getting any better.
Do you mean Black men raised by Black women? Raised by Black women who committed more abortions?
I want you to hear what she said. Listen to what she said very carefully. This is what we've been doing for a long time. Okay, we've been doing this a long time. Let's keep listening. Listen.
The Black man is one of the biggest disappointments on this earth, and it don't seem to be getting any better.
She said the Black man has been the biggest disappointment on earth, and it don't seem to be getting any better. That's what she said. And then, of course, okay, we have to respond like we've been doing, okay, because we can't just let the internet just have that. We got to live in these bodies. You're making our life hard. So we going to respond. Now that we have the internet, we going to respond. See how we are winning? We both winning. Somebody type winning. All this winning. Let's hear what he has to say in response. Let's listen.
Do you mean Black men raised by Black women? Raised by Black women who committed more abortions than all deaths combined since 1974? Raised by Black women who are supposed to be the most educated group, and yet these very Black boys are seniors reading on a third grade level? Raised by Black women whose studies prove that they're the least desired group on the planet? Raised by Black women who have the highest growing prison population while the male population is dropping? Raised by Black women who hate themselves so much they'll send overseas to get the hair of third world country women and attack.
Y'all see how we winning? You see, we winning, right? We winning now. This used to just be Black women talking bad to us, and now we talking back. And now look at us, we winning. The whole world thinks that both Black men and women are scummy. Isn't that something? Look how we won. We won. Our ancestors would be so proud of us out here winning like this. Somebody type winning. Type winning in the chat room. This is winning.
Attack the men for going over to third world countries to get the women. Do you mean those disappointing black men who on average still make more money without a degree than black women with degrees? A few simple Google searches will show who the most disappointing group in America is.
Are very immature. Studies show that men do not mature until they're 40.
She's referring to the study in the United Kingdom that says men don't mature until about 43. But that wasn't a scientific evaluation. The study relied on surveys. The study asked how the individual felt about maturity and whether they felt like the opposite sex was mature. The study concluded that men are not considered mature by the opposite sex until about 43. Not that they weren't mature until the age of 43. There's a difference. And the reasoning women gave for not seeing men as mature until about 43 is things like laughing at farting, eating fast food in the morning, and relying on their mothers too much. But most psychologists don't even subscribe to an age-based maturity because maturity.
So women say something, men say something. Women say something, men say something. Black women say something, black men say something. Back and forth. Look at all this winning. Again, I'm going to say this again. We have successfully made the whole world think that we are a scummy group of people. Okay? I think, can we agree with that? Out of our own mouth, right? We did it. Now, I know, the white man put the statistics out there, right? The white, so, it's not our fault, right? It's the system. Somebody typed the system. The system made us, ladies, let's be honest. They gave y'all the microphone, put y'all in some movies and tell us, channel your inner rage. And you talked about it. You had movies and what was it, Color Purple? Or what else? What's the name of those movies from the 1990s? Golly, what's the one with that pretty lady? Angela Bassett, all her movies, right? And then the brothers didn't like it, right? And then we got the internet. MySpace showed up, then Facebook showed up, and then we took it from there to Twitter, to YouTube. We all look how we winning. We won. Black women made us look horrible, worse than the white man did, right? And we didn't think we can get worse than that, but then they start putting black women on TV, and they made us look worse. That was amazing. That's a hell of a win. How did y'all even do that? I mean, gosh, that's amazing. And then, so as not to be outdone, the brothers, when the Facebook and the social media showed up, we made y'all look as worse. We made y'all look worse than we look. Damn. Y'all did a hell of a job. Hell of a job. We did applaud for yourselves. I don't want to see no more of this shit. So I'm going to go ahead and take it off. We're going to move on to the next video. Praise Moses. Let's go on to the next video and keep on looking at somebody type winning in the chat room. Let's keep on looking at the winning. Let's see. Here's another one. And so, recently you've had black women, right, begin to chime in because there's money in this thing, right? It's money. Let's go ahead and hell with this girl code. We just gonna go ahead and we gonna chime in too, so we can get likes and subscribers, right? So now you got black women chiming in on the winning because they can't let the men win by themselves, right? We gonna take these arguments and we gonna win too, right? So now somebody type women winning with men's arguments. Okay, and for the men, it's like, yeah, finally, we got some women that make sense, right? That's what she's saying. Let's look at this.
Being father. About 87% of black women in America are mothers compared to the 54% of black men who report being fathers. Now, this difference right here, because a lot of
84% of black women are mothers and 54% of black men are fathers. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that these same women are sleeping with the same group of men? Is that what you're saying? Oh, wow. Wow, that's a little tidbit. You teased that on out of there. Okay, so you found your own angle. That's pretty cool. You got that from the manosphere. You got that from the black man. I know where you got it from. That's the 80-20 rule. 80% of women mess around with 20% of men. I know where you got that from. Somebody type 80-20. right? So now you got black women who've taken the black woman's the black manosphere or black men's talking point, and now they're using against black women. This is like cannibalism. Somebody type cannibalism in the chat. Look at all this winning that we doing as a group.
A lot of you are confused because you're slow. This difference right here means that more black women are becoming parents than black men. Not just in number of children, but in the likelihood of parenthood overall. A lot of you are like, well, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense because a lot of black women are having black children. Let's break it down. Research and reality shows among black women, a large share have multiple children by multiple different men. Too often we hear black women complaining about black men not being fathers.
Now, I don't want to interrupt her exegesis on black female fertility in modern times. However, when have black women in America or in North America not had multiple children by multiple men, including the white slave master? Give me a time period. Give me a time period when black women have not had multiple children by multiple men, generally speaking. Because I recall there was something called breeding farms, and they popped up around, I don't know, 1788, 1789. What had happened was there was a famous father of the country in Virginia, and he had stripped his land of minerals from planting tobacco and cotton. And so he had to find a more lucrative form of breeding. And so what he did was he petitioned the Congress, because he was cool with them, because he was one of their dudes, right? And he said, hey, let's cut out the importation of slavery. And what that'll do is it'll drive up the market for breeding slaves, because, you know, they still need these blacks to, you know, pick cotton and all that sort of stuff. But the bottom line is, gosh, we're going to have to put these black women's bodies to use. And so black women were incentivized to have 7, 8, 9 children. So, and all of those were not fathered by the same individuals. Sometimes they were fathered by, well, most of the time they were fathered by whoever was available. Okay. So again, at what point in the history of this country have black women's body not reproduce, black women not reproduce with men, multiple men, and had sired children by father, had multiple men father child? I'm just asking. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm sure you all will tell me. You all are the internet, and so you know everything. But we'll let this lovely lady, pretty lady, finish speaking.
Black men not showing up, black men not being in their kids' line. And this right here becomes the indictment of the men alone. But if fewer black men are fathers than black women are mothers, it's not simply a matter of black men just not showing up. Now we have to discuss, who are these black men you guys are having kids by?
You guys are having children. So basically what she's saying is y'all a bunch of 304s. That's what she's saying. So now we've heard men say it, and now she's took up the talking points. And this just goes back to the old trope of black women being sapphire. So this is nothing new. This is nothing. Now she can't sit around and let the black men win with all the talking points. So she's got to, you know, chime in, because this is, come on now, this is for likes and subscribes, right? We would do, you know, I'm just saying, we know what this is about, so we don't need to see. She made her point. All right, somebody type winning in the chat room, all this winning. And you know, she's not the only one. Let's look at this. Let's look
Tired
at
of
this
you young hoes talking about let people do what they want to do.
See what I'm saying? Look at this is black women, right? Winning against other black women, right? With the talking points. Again, now we talking about why single mother conversation needs to be re-examined. Okay, but this is the environment, right? This is the environment. Did y'all remember the birth rate? What's the birth rate for black people in the United States right now in 2023? Is what? 1.6. Specifically, is 1.58. Okay. Sound like we need some more 304s out there to start reproducing to get to that 2.1. Okay, because you're gonna need somebody to change your bedpan. I'm just gonna say it. It seemed to me. All right. So if black people's fertility rate is 1.58, we coming up short. Somebody type short in the chat room. But again, we're winning. We're winning the argument.
And then when your life gets fucked up, because your life is always fucked up, here you are saying, no one loved me.
Sorry, family friendly. Go ahead.
No one helped me. No one warned me. No, we tried. You were a defensive bitch when we tried.
Yes.
Maybe learn something. When my mother yelled at me like this, is because she loved me. Learn something from this.
Yeah. So again, you have black women who are now taking up the talking points that black men used for the past 15 years on the internet. And they're taking their opportunity to chastise black women. Of course, you got the brothers who come in and try to say something positive because that's, they got mamas and, it is what it is. And now we're not discounting anything that was said. Okay. I don't want y'all. We are not discounting anything that was said at all. But what I'm trying to explain, if you just listen to these videos, if you just listen to these videos, you would swear up and down that black women are the only single mothers in the whole world. Somebody type whole world in the chat room. Somebody type whole world. To me, it seemed like, damn, are there any other single mothers anywhere? You got brothers flying overseas, because certainly those women don't have children outside of wedlock. They would never, right? They would never have children. It's just black women. That's crazy, right? But we'll listen to the brother and we're going to move on. We're going to move on because,
Since black women are the most single women in the U.S. You see, this isn't about desirability.
Now, when you say black women are the most single women, now, as I pointed out, there's about 350,000 black women who had children. Out of 4 million women, black women are the most single. Are you sure? I'm just saying, brother. I know you're trying to be exact with your point, but again, okay, I don't know if that's necessarily certain, because I believe white women had about, about 10, 20 million of them that had children. So I'm just saying, I don't want to, let me let him speak. My bad, dog. Go ahead and finish talking. I'm going to not interrupt.
And it isn't about value. And it definitely isn't about failure. It's about history, structure, and imbalance, not worth.
You're right, brother.
Now, one, there's a documented marriage gap according to the U.S. Census and CDC data.
So you saying the reason that black women are single right now is because they're not married. That's what you said. That's the only reason. So you saying there was a time when, okay, the brother is basically saying that there was a time when all black women were married. I want you all to name the time, everybody in the chat room, okay? Name the time in America where all the black women were married. Give me 1 year. Just pick, use your Google. Give me 1 year where all the black women were married at the same time. Every black woman, short black women, tall black women, fat black women with wooden legs and kickstands, bald head black women, okay? One-eyed black women. Name all the black women with no tattoos, black women with tattoos, okay? Black women with the ears that go up and black women with the droopy ears. Name that 1 year in America where every black woman was married at the same time. I want y'all to work on that, okay? Name that. I want you to name that for me, okay? But we're gonna go ahead and let brother man get it out to us. Okay.
30 to 33% of black women are married, compared to roughly 55% of white women and 60% of Asian women. That gap isn't random. It reflects access, economics, and demographics, not desire for partnership.
So basically what you're saying is, well, I'm gonna ask you another question. Name the year when all the white women in America were married. Name the year when all the white women in America were married. Just get y'all, that's easy because they got the demographics, they got the money, they got that magical blonde hair and blue eyes. So certainly there's a time period where all the white women were married in America at one time. I'm absolutely certain you all can find that, because I haven't seen anybody find that time period where all black women were married. But certainly, okay, you'll find for white women. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to do this. Listen to the brother.
Being single doesn't mean unwanted. It often means options are limited. And two,
so the brother is saying that the options, they want to get married to their baby daddy. Okay, brother, what you're saying is these women They wanted to get married to their baby daddy. That's what you saying? All you ladies out there with a baby daddy, do y'all want to marry y'all baby daddy? He don't, bless his heart. Because I've been around the block a few times. All you ladies out there, okay, do you want to marry your baby daddy right now? If you actually want to marry your baby daddy right now, if you 100% want to marry your baby daddy right now, somebody type M in the chat room. No. Type baby daddy in the chat room. If you want to marry your baby daddy and he didn't want to marry you, type baby daddy in the chat room, because this young brother assumes that, you know, you all wanted to marry your baby daddy. And I'm just saying, in my humble opinion and things I've observed, oftentimes women don't necessarily want to marry their baby daddy. And sometimes the baby daddy don't want to marry them. He might want to marry his other baby mama, okay, or not marry any of them at all. He might want to go out and make some more baby mamas. You never know, okay? You never know, okay? I don't get off I don't do relationship advice. I'm just trying to lay the foundation. We ain't got there yet. We're going to get there, okay? But to me, okay, humbly speaking, to me, okay, I don't think all these women want to marry their baby daddy, baby, sir. I don't think they want them like that. They like the baby, okay? Them and the baby is cool. That baby look like him, and sometimes she want to smack him in the front of his forehead because he looked just like his daddy. But, okay, I think you might be, you know, over speaking a little bit, but I'm gonna let the brother finish. Go ahead.
Incarceration and mortality reduce available partners. Black men are incarcerated at 5 to 6 times the rate of white men. Additional black men face higher rates of premature death due to violence, health disparities, and limited health care access.
Wow.
That creates a numerical imbalance. Fewer eligible partners in the same age and community range. This isn't a dating issue.
Could it be that maybe they just don't want to get married? Have you ever thought about that, bro? Could there be anything else, brother? Is there maybe another reason? Maybe they have autonomy. They don't need to get married. Maybe they don't want to get married. Have you ever thought about that? I'm just pointing it out. I'm just, because, you know, where I come from, women have opinions. Okay, they not only do they have opinions, but they have, you know, desires and wants and needs, and they are able to make determinations for themselves, and sometimes they just don't want to marry at all. They might just want the baby. Now, we do understand that having babies is difficult. We get that, but I'm saying some women just don't want to get married. Have we considered that at all? Is that something that you've considered? Because, you know, I'm just pointing out, because you point all these to say, yeah, 30 dudes in jail. But what about if he's not in jail and she just didn't want to marry him anyway? He could be working at the FedEx and she just didn't want to marry. Have we considered that? I'm just saying, okay? But the bottom line is, family, and the whole reason I bring this up is because it seems to me when we talk about single mothers, that the only people who are considered single mothers and only single mothers who are problems are Black women, okay? And so now we're in a situation where Black women aren't having enough children to replace Black people in America. Now, there's always going to be Black people on the planet, but there won't be foundational Black Americans, okay? Now, let's again, now the elephant in the room is what? The demographic shift. And I know y'all don't believe me because I'm Black, okay? I know y'all never going to believe me. You got to listen to somebody else because, you know, of course, you know, believe in me, and, you know, why would you ever? But let's go ahead and listen to this fella and hear what he has to say.
Anymore. The total fertility rate.
Okay, so the white man has a question for you all. I want y'all to listen carefully to this fella and you answer the question for me. And it says up there that TFR, the total fertility rate in the U.S. declined to 1.574 children per woman in 2025. That's down from 1.60 in 2024. And here's the TFR by race. Non-Hispanic white women, 154. Black women, 1.44. Hispanic women, 1.93. Okay, so it's not just me saying this. Okay, this is the world here in America. They're like, we're running out the blacks. Well, what's going on? Well, we know what's going on because I kind of established it a little bit, but Listen
Why
to
aren't
him.
black people having babies anymore? The total fertility rate of the United States continues to drop, but we're seeing some interesting trends among certain communities. African Americans have seen the biggest drop in fertility with -6%. In Hispanics,
I wonder why that is. Somebody type winning in the chat room. I wonder why we're not could it have to do anything with the fact that single mothers have been vilified a little bit? I don't say, look, everything that's been said is true. Okay, we're not saying they messing up the community, blah, blah, blah. But blah. So they you know what? Now the women they gonna stop putting bodies on the street. Ain't no more little black kids in the in the babysitter anymore. Right? That's what you wanted, right, fellas? Fellas, we won. We winning. Ladies, you won too, because you made black men so angry with you. I had to start the broadcast off with, this is for black people who like black people. We're so disgusted with each other right now. We ain't even make babies no more. Damn. Can we blame the white man for that? We should. We got to figure out how to blame. We need to get together, call a meeting, and figure out how we can blame the white man for this. But let's keep listening.
are right behind them. And where it gets interesting is the white population in America is actually experiencing a slight uptrend in birth, enough to get the percentage change close to zero, but still not totally there.
Oh, the white people are having kids. So let me see if I got this straight. So the white man who started the manosphere, right? White men started the manosphere. We picked up their talking points, and they done got their women back in line. She's back. Becky's back in the kitchen, birthing babies and birthing about 4 or 5 at a time. And black women have seen a preceding drop. Wow. Somebody type winning in the chat room. We won. The white man, he got his woman back and having babies, and we over here fighting with each other. I'm just saying. Somebody type winning in the chat. We won, though. We won the gender war, right? Again, let me run this back to you, fellas. They talked about us first. They had Waiting to Exhale. They had all the Oprah's movies. They had all those talk shows, and they was talking stuff about us for years. Years they was calling us bad, deadbeat, dead. None of that was true. None of it. None of it was true. And then we finally got social media, and now we able to say something back. We saying something back. And as a result of us saying something back, amazingly, right, the black fertility rate has dropped out the bottom. And if it wasn't for the immigrants over here, the black immigrants having kids, it'd be right now is 1 point. This guy says 1.4, but if it wasn't for the black immigrants, it'd probably be less than 1 baby per black woman, and you need at least 2 for replacement level. Damn, somebody type winning in the chat room. We won. We successfully shamed black women out of having kids if they single mothers. Wow. Congratulations to us. Let's keep listening to this white fella gleefully tell us the N-words are leaving.
So the biggest question is, why isn't the black population in the United States wanting to have children anymore?
Because we don't like each other, apparently, sir. I don't know if you've been listening to the internet. That's pretty much it. But, again, I'm just saying. And he started off, it's supposed to be, let's listen to some more talking. Let's listen to some more.
Waste her time. For example, 50% of the women who made it to 30 years old and never had a kid for the rest of their life.
So, ladies, if you're 30 years old, you hear what the white man is? I know y'all don't believe me, but if you listen to the white man is telling you if you're 30 years old, you're probably not going to have a baby. That's what he said. And now that you've been told you shouldn't have a baby if you're a single mother, you get treated bad and you're the worst thing to happen to the community. And, now you're really not going to have a baby, right? Isn't that something? That's crazy. It's crazy how that works, man.
And by 35, that's only 25%. And I know women.
And the older you get, the less likely you are to have a baby. And of course, you don't want to be a single mother because the stigma associated with that horrible thing. Even though black women have been single mothers since the first one was drug off the boat. And many of them came over here pregnant because the white men that had hold of them made them single mothers as they were on the voyage, we'll say, over to the United States or the Caribbean or wherever, and against their will. Okay, so
who dated throughout their 20s men wasted their time, and now they're having trouble finding another guy because
now he look a little tipsy.
Congratulations, you're 30 or older. So I just think about this graph as I see videos on TikTok all the time.
Okay, he's a little too drunk to be on my broadcast. I'm gonna go ahead and let him pass. But again, family, here's the thing I want y'all to understand. All right, and I kind of put that out there for a reason, okay? Because I wanted you to see, it seems to me that the focus on single mothers is and always is about Black women being single mothers. And, you know, I find that amazing. I always have. Shout out to, matter of fact, at this point, let me reintroduce myself. I am the original, one of the original passport bros, okay? Now, I'm happily married. I got a beautiful wife, and we got some expensive ass sons that I got to buy expensive cars. All I don't have to buy them, but I like them to have a good life. You know what I'm saying? But Uncle D, I've been around. I've been around. I've done a lot. I've done seen a lot. And, you know, the truth is when I go to those countries, you know, when I go over to those countries, I find that there's something amazing that happens as soon as I get off the plane. Maybe it's just me, but when I get off the plane, I always notice that a lot of those women in those foreign countries, they're single mothers too. I didn't know. I thought the only place in the world that they had single mothers was here in Black America, right? I'm just saying, and like, where the passport bros at? Somebody type, hello, where the passport bros at? I need all the passport bros to come on up here and speak the truth now, to speak the truth, because, you know, we have such a big problem with single mothers, but then when we go down to places like Brazil and Colombia and I don't know, the Philippines, it seems like single mothers are everywhere. But, you know, we good with that, right? Even places like, you know, fancy places like Japan, you know what I'm saying? The first world countries. It's not just single mothers in these third world countries. It's everywhere. But we never seem to talk about that. But I'm gonna talk about it, and I'm gonna talk about it today. We're gonna talk about it, and I think it's important to have this conversation. So let's go ahead. And it's not just women of color. Somebody type POC in the chat room. Somebody type POC in the chat room. It's very, very white women who are also single mothers. But let's go ahead and get this crackalating. All right? Let's talk about it.
No Brasil, tem mais de 20 milhões de madres solteiras.
I don't know the language she's speaking, but it sounds like Portuguese, but I'm gonna read. She said, in Brazil, more than 20 million mothers are single with no support. Damn. And I'm one of them. Damn. They got 20 million single mothers in Brazil. I thought Brazil was the place. I mean, I've been to Brazil and I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, somebody type, yeah, there's a lot of single mothers down there, but I thought we didn't like single mothers there. I thought we didn't like single mothers down here. I thought that was we vilify. Do we vilify the single mothers in Brazil? Are they the reason that they have all the crime and mayhem going on?
Sem ajuda, que tem que lutar cada dia para sustentar sua família.
My baby daddy, blah, blah, blah. That's all I hear. Okay.
Eu sou uma delas.
Okay. She proud single mother. Let's move on to the next one because I don't know what she's saying. I speak a little Spanish, but it's not that good either. Let's go ahead. Let's see if we got this one. Let's see what this one's talking about. No, you ain't gonna mess up my algorithm, baby. You're not gonna have me get demonetized. Let's move on to another one without sound. Let's see what this one has to say. Hold on, because remember, so this is clearly a black woman. Do you all know that there are more black people in Brazil than in the United States? So this is a black woman from Brazil. Let's see what she has to say. Maybe she'll tell us that white woman was lying to us. There's no way it's that many single mothers in Brazil. That Brazil is a place we, passport bros, we go there. I used to, not now. Let's see what she said.
Women are mothers. If you're a Nigerian man coming to Brazil and your plan is to avoid single mothers, I need you to hear this before you book that flight. Brazil has over 11 million single mothers. In Brazil, single motherhood is not rare. It's normal. Brazil has 11 million single mothers.
in Brazil is not abnormal. It's normal. It's normal. Damn. It's normal. Somebody type normal in the chat room. But I thought America was the only place that we had single mothers. But single mothers are so horrible for the environment. Their kids, their kids pee in the swimming pool and they drop the Pepsi cans on the ground. And they kick cats in the middle of the street. They're terrible, these kids. But I thought it was only black. I thought the single mother problem was limited to the United States of America and only to the black community. And come to find out, it's 11 million. That's a lot. That's a whole army. It's 11 million single mothers in Brazil, right? But their country, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking, somebody type asking
70% of women are mothers, and more than half of them are raising their kids alone. Why? Paternal abandonment.
They raising them alone too. Damn. So what you telling me is the baby daddies in Brazil ain't shit. That's what you telling me. Damn, they raising them alone? Gosh. I thought only the black men in the United States was abandoning their kids. You got 11 million single mothers down there? Damn, that's a lot. I probably met a couple of them. I met a couple of them myself back in the day. Not now, way back in the day. Anyway, let's go.
It's extremely common here. Wait, before you judge, would you date a single mother? Yes or no? Tell me in the comments. And before you say no, you need to understand why this is happening in Brazil. Because this is not about irresponsibility. It's about something most foreigners completely ignore. Part 2 is on my page. If you're Nigerian.
Okay. Wow. So you got 11 million single mothers in Brazil, and it's normal. Single motherhood is normal. Somebody type normal in the chat room. We need that's amazing. Well, maybe it's because they black. I told you there's a bunch of black people down there. That makes sense, right? That makes sense. That's what it is. A bunch of black people doing black people stuff. And these Brazilian women who don't speak English at all, really don't care what's going on in America. Maybe they were influenced by Beyonce or some other black woman. That's what it was. Y'all been going down there to Brazil, having committee meetings. And so now that's why these poor Brazilian women have been negatively influenced by you. That's what happened. That's what happened. Poor third world women. That's what happened. Poor third world, not like places like London or somewhere, with real money like Japan, city of the future. I'm sure in places like Japan, they don't have single mother issues.
Single mother problem no one talks about. Here's why. In Japan, when parents divorce, only one parent can have legal custody. Joint custody doesn't exist. And in about 90% of cases, that custody goes to the mother. Once the divorce is finalized, fathers often lose any guaranteed right to see their children. Visitation isn't automatic, and it's rarely enforced. Child support isn't strongly enforced either, so many mothers receive little or nothing.
Hold on a minute. First of all, he's speaking a lot. So you tell him you got a single mother problem in Japan. And on top of that, you got a bunch of deadbeat baby daddies in Japan, but this is a first world country. Have you ladies been going to Japan influencing these Japanese women into having these children out of wedlock? Is that what y'all, because according to the internet, the only place that's supposed to have single mothers and the single motherhood is tearing up the country, right? Is right here in the USA. Because see, Japan is the future of the city, the city of the future, right? We've established that. This is the epitome of civility. Okay, but how can it be all that? And they got all these single mothers over there. Single mothers supposed to tear up everything. Kids is bad. So how does that happen? Explain that to me. Somebody type explain it. I need it to be explained to me. Okay, we're gonna let this finish. We got to keep.
Why so many single mothers in Japan end up raising children completely alone, working multiple jobs just to survive. So when people ask why Japan has so many single mothers, it's not chaos or culture, it's the system itself. And that's why.
So it's the system. So let me see if I got this straight. They have all these kids and the country didn't fall apart. Wow, that's interesting. Well, maybe you know what? I need another person to verify that. Let's see if we got another person from Japan to be on this. Let's see if she'll speak on. Okay, this is a real life single mother in Japan. We'll let her speak. Okay, are you learning something? I need to know if you all are learning something. Okay, I need to know if you're learning something. Okay, are y'all learning something? That looked like a real single mother right there. She got that single mother vibe with the denim shirt on. That single mother isness right there. Let's go ahead and let her speak, because I'm sure she's gonna tell us, oh, that's all a lie. Oh no, none of us. We all 100% of us are married. Let's let her talk.
Single mom in Japan.
I used to feel like I completely failed. The reason was my grandma told me, if you decided to be with him, then you cannot come back here. You just be with him till your life ends. I tried my best, but sometimes, the relationship, so it didn't work well. Especially older generation, they keep their marriage for 50 years or more or something like that. But
So y'all just start being single mothers. So the older generation was married, and now y'all on the single mother thing right now. I don't see any black people in these videos. It doesn't seem like we've influenced them at all. I don't really know if we even go over there like that. But it seems to me that there's a single mother problem in this first world paradise called Japan. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like the country's being torn apart or anything like that. But we'll keep looking. Maybe she'll say something else to give us some more clues. Somebody type context clues in the chat room.
Could
context
keep 80 years and done. So I feel like why I couldn't do that. A lot of people still doing that. So that's how I feel.
Yeah. Yes, baby. You sound like a single mother to me. So again, we went to Brazil. They have a single mother problem. Okay. 11 million of them. We went to Japan. They got a hell of a single mother problem. So I don't know. Maybe there's some more. I'm not sure. Let's bring it a little closer to home. Let's see if maybe there's some single mother problems somewhere else. Because remember,
70.
Now the passport bros, y'all didn't tell us all that. I ain't been to Japan. Okay, I ain't been to Japan. Okay, but Brazil and Japan have single. So y'all out there smashing that single mother, boom, boom. That's what it sounds like to me. Y'all out there getting that. Y'all didn't say nothing. I thought we didn't like single mothers, brothers. I thought we didn't like single mothers. I thought, no, I'm not taking care of me. I thought we didn't take being stepdaddy. Somebody type stepdaddy in the chat room. Let's listen to this fella. He's from Puerto Rico.
70% of babies in Puerto Rico are born to single mothers. And it's been over 50% for more than a decade. Now, let me clarify. When it comes to CDC, single just means unmarried. Honestly, lots of couples.
Not the J-Los. You mean the J-Los are pushing them out? 70% is that what you're telling me? 70% of the children born in Puerto Rico? The rich port? 70% of them are pushed out by an unwed mother in that great Catholic territory of the United States. But I thought Black American women were the only women having single babies out of wedlock. That's what I thought. That's what the internet, because according to Black people here in the United States, Black men and Black women, we are the worst people on the planet. That's what I've heard based on what I'm hearing back and forth. That's what you would. But it seemed like these other people, their rate of out of single, that's higher than ours. That's higher than ours. Damn. Somebody type damn in the chat room. Damn.
Couples just cohabitate, and that's really not uncommon in Puerto Rico or Latin America at large. Marriage rate in Puerto Rico, sharp drop, 30% in the last decade. See, the thing is, once you're living together and combining incomes, taxes, welfare benefits, even housing, everything can get recalculated and not for the better.
Okay. So they got a lot of non-traditional families down there. That's what you're saying. They got a lot of non-traditional. Okay. Now that's interesting.
Seems like
some Black woman is the only one looking for stepdaddies. Oh, okay. So we got. I'm assuming this is a lady, Queen of Roses. Okay, Black women are the only one. Are you sure? I don't know. Are you sure about that? Maybe you're right. Maybe we can find. Let's see if we can find somebody who can support you on your statement. Let's see if we can find somebody who can support you on your statement. Now let's go ahead and slide to the Philippines. Somebody type AFAM in the chat room. Somebody type AFAM in the chat room. Somebody type AFAM in the chat room.
Why a lot of Filipina single mom are trying to date an AFAM, and
a lot of single Filipina moms are trying to date an AFAM. A lot of single. I wonder what an affirm is. Somebody type affirm, because see, this lady here, Queen of No Roses, says that black women is the only one looking for stepdad. I think it would be black women are the only ones. I'm not here to correct your spelling. It is what it is. But the bottom line is, this lady says a lot of, I wonder what affirm means. That must be one of those fancy Filipino words. Somebody get out your Google Translate and let's see what she's saying. But let's see what she says about the affirm.
Why suddenly everybody wants to have an opinion about it? Yeah, there's a lot of Filipina that wants to date an affirm, especially the single moms, because there's so many reasons. I mean, they're tired of dating someone who's a deadbeat. They want someone who's actually willing to have a family with them, not just give them a baby. I mean, I'm not saying that.
Somebody type stepdaddy in the chat room. Sounds like an affirm is something like a stepdaddy. That's what it sounds like to me.
All foreign guys are dad figures. If you're tired of your own country, of finding a man for you and seeing these ladies in social media that had a better life because they married an affirm, of course you also want, like, I want to try it. I see a Filipina that has 3 kids and got married with this guy and he accepted everything and provide her and her kids very well. I mean, I can also hope.
Yeah, stability is important.
Exactly. I mean, he treated her good. I mean, why not? It's helping. And also not.
Now, I hope I spell foreigner right, but affirm means a foreigner around Manila. So this lady here that I had up a little while ago, she said that black women are the only ones looking for stepdaddies. But apparently, Queen of Roses, apparently the women in the Philippines are looking for an affirm, which means a foreign man around Manila. And they want him to help take care. She said that her friend got 3 babies. 3. So again, I don't know if your statement is accurate. I don't necessarily know if your statement is accurate. But again, here we are, another example of women around the world, being single moms. And here I am. I thought, according to us here on the internet, us Black Americans, us FBAs, I thought we were the only ones making single mothers. But it sounds to me, and Manila's nice, right? The Philippines is beautiful, right? It's one of those, fancy places on not like, Texas or Michigan, nothing like that, not like Alabama. I mean, you would think that those people, they have culture and they have all that stuff we don't have. And my God, you would just think that they would certainly be beyond single motherhood issues. But according to what was going on in Brazil and Japan and the Philippines, look like it's a lot of single mother. But you know what? Their life is probably lavish over there. That's probably what it is. They probably living lavish over there off of that. They probably getting it in like, woo.
As a single mother is not easy. No matter how hard I work sometimes, it feels like I don't have enough to feed all of my kids. This is not the life I wanted. I needed help. I needed God. Giving up, abandoning my children, or giving them away was never an option. I'm proud.
It don't look like they balling to me. It don't look like they balling to me. It look like, it look like it's pretty tough over there to me. Okay. But that still don't explain to me why, because I'm thinking maybe they talk about us because we so poor, us Black Americans are so poor. And I need y'all to put your Birkin bag down, okay? Because we poor. We don't have enough money to take care of all these children. Our children are destroying the community. Look at that, okay? Right? Our children, these Black children, these out of wedlock children are destroying the community. But apparently they got the same thing going on in Japan and Brazil and the Philippines and this place too. So I don't know.
Proud I didn't give up. Once my 2 youngest children were registered in the compassion program, things began to look up and change.
Oh, she got welfare. So that's the welfare. Somebody type welfare. So you got compassion program. So what you're telling me is it's some welfare in the Philippines. Is that that's what you're telling me? Oh, I thought Black women in America were the only ones that's on welfare. That's the way the internet has me believe.
For the better. I'm so grateful to God, the pastor, the people from the church, the Compassion Center, and my children's sponsors. I have faith and hope. God is good. Thank you.
I don't know if that's in the Philippines or somewhere in South America, but it seemed to me that single motherhood, okay, and I'm not trying to judge anybody, but it seemed to me is in more places than the United States of America to me. That's what it seems to me. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on and let's get some more information. Let's get some more information in here.
Living in Greece.
You in Greece?
And we moved here a month ago. I moved here with my son. And
I'm sorry, did she say she's in Greece? She moved there with her son? Huh? You moved there with your son? Okay, let's keep listening.
on the track, well, I was on the track to apply for
She said I was on the track. I thought she meant something else, but let's listen.
a program called the Digital Nomad Residence Permit, only to find out after a month of being here that the program has been canceled and we have to go back to the US.
You gotta go back with your baby.
When I tell you, I invested like my whole life. I moved my whole life here.
Where's your baby daddy at though, man? Where's your baby daddy? You just took the baby to Greece? That means you don't have no baby. He had to sign off on them papers. So you just did you lie to them people and tell them that you don't know who your baby daddy is? Is that what you did to get that passport and get that visa for that little boy? I'm just asking.
And I'm spiraling.
Somebody type Greece. So we got some more single mothers in Greece. Let's see if we got some more places where we can isolate these single mothers. And because I only thought it was Black women in America who were single mothers. That's what I thought.
Moving to Spain. And I want to do some FAQs because people have asked a lot of questions.
Ooh, you're a 53-year-old single mother. You must have had that baby while you was a bit mature. You a 53-year-old single mother? That baby old in the face. You can't be that old having no babies. You got that old face, baby. Somebody type old face. You in Spain? You done brought come on now. Come on now. Go ahead.
About our journey. First one is, are you afraid of moving to Spain? No, I'm not afraid to move to Spain.
Where's your baby daddy at? How can you just take that baby to Spain without, how can you just do that?
I look at it as an adventure. Am I going in naive and think it's going to be perfect? No, but I'm not afraid. Next question. But the crime is so bad. I hate to tell you, crime in Spain is not bad. Most people feel very safe in Spain. And then there's the question of, well, you don't speak Spanish.
So you done went over there to Spain and took your baby. This crime is bad. You don't even speak Spanish. You just over there colonizing Spain. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I don't speak Spanish. And my kids don't speak Spanish. But we're taking lessons and we're working on it.
So you went to a foreign country where you don't speak the language. And you done took your kids, not one kid, kids. You done took them old face babies. Somebody type Benjamin Button in the chat room. You done took Benjamin
But we're going to survive. Another question. What are you going to do for work? Do you have a job? Well, guess what? I don't have a job. And I don't know. The world is open for the first.
You don't have a job. You took your kids to Spain. They don't speak the language. You don't speak the language. You don't have a man over there with you. Now, that sounds pretty irresponsible. Okay. Because I'm gonna just show you a little racial bias. Let me give y'all a little racial bias. Because when I thought about that, it's like, wow, nobody's saying anything there. Because if it was somebody that looked,
Mother based in Germany with 7 kids says the reason she has 7 kids with different men is that these men will come in her life and pretend and have kids with her, and in the end of the day, they would go away and abandon her.
Now we judging, aren't we? We judging her, aren't we? We judging this Black woman who's from Nigeria. We judging her harsher, aren't we? She took her kids to Germany And this white woman took her kids to Spain. What's the difference between
In my life, I'm not moving somewhere because of a job, because of a significant other.
Because we won't call her irresponsible, right? Right, but we'll call this woman. It's alluding.
And she said she doesn't know why all these things are happening to her. That some of the men are based in France, Belgium, Bangladesh, Italy, and so vita. Please.
She done gave birth to the whole Rainbow Coalition, but still, I'm just saying, still, it seemed like we're a little quicker to judge a woman based on her skin tone. Now, I'm not saying we as Black Americans shouldn't be judged harshly, both the men and the women, okay? And fellas, you did a great job at correcting these Black women and putting them in their place and letting them know that this single motherhood is just tearing up the country, okay? It's tearing up every place that we are. The reason everything is bad in the Black community right now. However, the ladies did a good job calling us a bunch of deadbeat daddies too. Okay, so we won in that regard. We won. Okay, but now I'm feeling like I missed something. And what I'm saying is, it feels to me like it's some single mothers in other places, and we didn't really know about that. That's what it feels to me. It feels like, we kind of missed out on a little bit, and I feel jilted. I feel like we missed out. Okay.
On my YouTube channel and my videos is that if you are not the type of guy that is interested in dating women with children, Colombia may not be the country for you.
Colombia.
Because
shout out to Fitzgerald. Colombia, you mean Colombia? So we done went to Brazil, Japan, and Colombia. What you about to say about Colombia? I know you better not say nothing bad about Colombia. That's where we go as the passport bros. Not me no more. I used to, but what is it? It's probably a small percentage. Somebody type a little bit in the chat room. It's a little bit. Go ahead.
There is about 80% of the women here are single mothers.
Damn.
It sounds like an absurd statistic, but
somebody type 80%. So fellas, you mean y'all been going down there to Cartagena and what's the other place down there? Y'all been going there. 80% of the women in Colombia are single mothers. Damn. Ooh, that's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids. 80%. But we love Colombia though, right? We love Colombia. We love Colombia though, fellas. We going down there to Cartagena and Bogota and 80% of the women. So y'all down there. We was down there getting single mother. We just, I thought we didn't like single mothers though, fellas. I thought single mothers tear up the community. And they the Medellin, they down there in Medellin, y'all getting that single mother hooch. I ain't trying to be above y'all. I done went down there too back when I was, first got divorced. Not now. I'm just saying, okay? That's what we was doing. But we didn't like single mothers though. We said single mothers were the worst thing in the world. Looked like we was financing some though. That's what it seemed like to me. It seemed like we was financing a lot of them on our plane trips. That's what it seemed like to me. But I'm going to let the gentleman finish because this is shocking news. Somebody type shocking in the chat room. Shocking.
We'll see it once you get here. Almost every other girl you meet has kids. And a big part of that is abortion wasn't legal until about a couple years ago here. Also, you could just say poor sex education. On top of that, it's the religious.
I don't think they need any education on sex. Seems like they got that figured out. Seems like they got that sex part figured out. They don't need that education. They need some de-educate. They need to get rid of the Department of Education of sex down there because they don't need it. They're saying 80% of the women are single mothers. God, yeah. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of children. Let's go
factor as well. A lot of women just don't believe in it, having abortions. And then on top of it, you add in the freaky factor. When I first started dating here, I noticed that hardly any women, when I would go to Smash, they were not asking, yeah, you got a condom?
Sir, hold on, sir. That's a bit much information. Sir, you might want to hold back. So y'all, so that's why they got, so what you're saying is the reason that 80% of the women is pregnant because they are practicing ain't nothing between, just raw dog, just raw dogging down there, huh? That's what's going on down there? Damn. But I mean, you know, my thing is, I thought it was just black women up here in America, and black men are just so horrible. All I'm hearing, I'm looking. You got deadbeat daddies in Japan, deadbeat daddies in Brazil, deadbeat daddies in Colombia. We got deadbeat daddies everywhere. Daddies, women on welfare. But I thought it was just black America, though. The way you hear black folk talk, no condoms at all, player, you got to. Yeah, well, I guess we better finish listening.
Tienes condones, like nothing. Like it was just, if you wanted to hit raw, go ahead. You know. So you add all these factors up, and you can see, okay, this is why, you know, so many women.
That's why I keep going down there. That's okay. Go ahead and tell the truth. I ain't judging. I'm not here to judge. Uncle D, look, man, I fresh out of divorce. I went to Brazil, Colombia. Hell, I had a villa in the DR. I had a goddamn apartment in Bogota. Okay, I had a whole coffee company that I was working with down in Colombia, and I take that Avianca flight from Santo Domingo over to Bogota. I had a really nice apartment in Parque 93. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm telling you, Uncle D was it. Okay, but you know, I'm just saying, we didn't hear about this on the internet. This is not what they're talking about.
Here have our single mothers.
But they got 80% of the women in Colombia are single mothers. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know? I knew it was a significant number. But you know, I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention. I guess I wasn't looking hard enough. Let's look at some more. Maybe, you know what? We'll look at some more. Let's keep listening. Maybe somebody else tell us something different.
Vietnam, with fam. So happy holidays. I want to point something out, man. Like, okay, do you know out here, let's say a man just has kids, or a woman, like, you could build a family. You know that the man or the woman can just abandon the family and not reap any consequences. For example, in the West, you know, if you leave your family or if y'all break up, child support's coming. It's on the way. You still got to take care of your family. In the Asian culture, or Viet culture, and the only reason we know is because single moms have been running up to my wife out here. Vietnamese women are just like, oh man, like, how you keep the family together and whatnot. We're like, man, it's just, you know, God and whatnot. But
so your wife is over there giving advice on how to keep the family together. But you a black man, you supposed to be unmarriageable. Okay, according to the black women, we horrible. You heard what the sister said at the beginning, but anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. Let's see what you know. You could just leave the family in Vietnam. You just go over there, knock some up, and keep it moving. That sounds like Japan. Maybe this is an Asian thing. Maybe this is a lot of single mothers over there. They not telling us about it.
Literally like 4 testimonies, man, that we had out here since we've been in Ho Chi Minh City. These women say, oh, there's no child support system set up. And more than likely, because the world overall is getting expensive, all of them said that their men gave them the choice, like, hey, either you get the kids to their grandparents, I can take care of you, but the kids, I ain't taking care of them. And a lot of times, the women would choose their kids over the men, and they're allowed to just abandon their families. Deadbeat on steroids. But if you look in the West, man, you know, those black and brown people, we get a bad rap.
Yeah.
We're doing that. Matter of fact, we're
mostly black people, but go ahead.
Technically demonized, but you don't even hear about these things abroad. Like, even the fact that if a family has kids, their parents will move in and help them out, or they'll move in with their parents. It's a strong cultural thing for the parents to really step in and help out while the kids are little, you know, before they start school. But
well, brother, so we got they not only do they have a single mother problem in Japan, apparently you can just up and bounce anytime you get ready. That's what it sounds like to me. You could just up and bounce any damn time you get ready. That's wild. That is wild as can be, man. Who knew?
Greece.
Who knew? I didn't know that. Was unaware of that. Because again, I thought that it was just us black people here in America that did the single mom thing. That's what I was.
Mom, and last year I flew to Amsterdam with my child and 3 suitcases to experience what life would be like in Europe. We lived there for a month. This was my experience. The biggest question for me was,
now you again. This is a white woman in Europe, so they got white women. Single, come on now.
could I pull it off without a partner and also while working full time? And the answer is, hell yes, I could. But not without help.
You're proud to be a single white mom. That's what you're saying. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead.
Of course. I found an incredible nanny who taught Mark Spanish while I worked in the evenings to catch the New York time. We ate, we explored, met local friends, watched sunsets, walked 15,000 steps a day. It was literally the adventure of a lifetime. But most importantly, and this is for all the parents out there, it was a very healing experience for me.
Older parents, you didn't have an old baby too. You didn't have an old baby down there. How old are you, girl? About 42, 43, 45. She about 47, 48. You didn't have an old baby. Somebody type Benjamin Button in the chat room. Somebody type Benjamin Button.
People often ask me, how do you do it as a single mom? When my marriage didn't work out, I was left with guilt and fear. Because the society tells you that you can't be successful by doing this alone. And by alone, they mean
they tell us black people that all the time, sir.
Without a partner. I mean, I absolutely agree. Nobody should be doing this alone. Nobody should be raising kids alone. We all need our community, whether we're partners.
Yeah, your hair is, covering up a little bit of your forehead. But I'm not going to go there with you. Okay, go ahead. Somebody type Benjamin Button in the chat room.
Or not. However, through this experience, I fully realized that your happiness is ultimately what's going to impact your child the most.
So your happiness is the most important thing. So that's why you broke up with your man. Oh, because black women get vilified for that, and black men get vilified for not wanting to be with somebody that don't want to be with them or running after them, chasing them down. Now, maybe the thing is, maybe they treat us different because, maybe this has always been part of our culture, this single motherhood thing. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, though. You all tell me.
Having a baby with a white man could get you kicked out of your parents' home. That's what happened to my cousin. This is Matilda. She was born to William and Mary Hodge in Pennsylvania. At the age of 17, Matilda was pregnant by James Henry Morgan, who was a professor and later president of Dickinson.
This old man got that young 18-year-old gal pregnant. It's a white man. This is a white man that got black girl pregnant. I wonder if this was common.
In college. James was married to Mary, and his oldest daughter was born in 1891. By the 1900 census, he had 3 children with Mary. But in 1897, at the age of 18, Matilda gave birth to Ethel May Hodge.
Somebody type Ethel May in the chat room.
So Ethel was James's only biracial daughter that his wife probably didn't know about. So you're looking at 2 half-sisters that never got to know each other. One black, Ethel, and one white, Julia. Mm-hmm. Even though Matilda was kicked out of her father's home at the age of 18 for having this baby out of wedlock and also probably having a baby with a white man, Ethel went on to marry my cousin Chester Roebuck. So she went on to...
So you telling me that the father and the mother kicked the child out of the house, the black people kicked the child out of the house because she was pregnant. So what you're telling me is that having a child out of wedlock at that time period was not something that was accepted in the black community. Is that what you're saying? Interesting. So it's not that we've always practiced single motherism, right? It's apparently a new occurrence or something like that. Is that what you're saying, sir? I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
To live a pretty good life. Here's an older picture of Ethel, and here are 2 of Ethel and Chester's kids. This story is proof that the black community, our black culture, the black American culture, did not promote having babies out of wedlock, and that was not a commonplace and was frowned upon, and we promoted nuclear families and having 2-parent households. I don't know where this new narrative came from, that we celebrate that, and that's something that we strive towards, but it needs to stop.
Yeah, so apparently, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting that we know there have always been women who've had children out of wedlock in the United States of America who were black, largely because black women didn't have autonomy over their bodies. I get that, But
not be a single mom in Germany. Okay, let me explain to you why. Because while you decide to have a career and make money and make good money, you know what comes in? While Germany loves taxes, Germany loves everything you have to pay.
Again, this is another white woman. White woman, you done went over there and brought your single mother child, okay, to nice, clean Germany. So they have single mothers in Germany too. Okay, because the narrative is not matching to me. It seems to me like the narrative is off. All right. Now, again, we about to start some real learning. Okay, and I'm gonna hit you all with some facts and so on and so forth. But before we do any of that, okay, before any of that happens, none of that's gonna happen until y'all give me what I need to have. And what is that? You know what I need to have up in here? I need to get my subscriber count up. Okay, I want each and every one of y'all to do what you got to do. I need y'all to make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Let me see what my subscriptions look like. We ain't taking a break, but you all need to go ahead and, are you learning something? If you hadn't learned anything, you just hard to teach. But if you learn something, I should earn something. But in the meantime, I need y'all to make sure, apparently YouTube took 20 of my subscribers away. For whatever reasons, I need you all to make sure you are still subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel right now. Take the time to subscribe to the channel. I'm checking to see what my subscriptions look like right now. I need you all to take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. You'll never get another person as bold as me. I need, I need approximately 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. I need 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. Okay, so take the time and hit your little button and subscribe to the channel right now. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. I know. I'm looking at you. You right there. You with your phone like this on the side of your face. I'm looking you in the pickup, you in the truck with your phone down there listening to me in your truck. You riding across the country. Yeah, I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You sitting in there ignoring your girlfriend, listening to me, go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Everybody who have something else to do and you sat up here and decided to listen to me with your earphones on, subscribe to the channel right now. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Is he talking to me? I'm talking to you. You with the shirt on. I'm talking to you right now. And I'm talking to you too, lady. I'm talking to you with the bonnet on your head. All the women with bonnets on your head. Every woman with a bonnet on her head, I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. All right? Fellas. All the fellas with crusty feet, I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. I need my crusty feet crew. All the brothers that have not put lotion on their feet and they got ashy ankles, I need you to subscribe to the channel. All the white supremacists who are waiting around for me to get the black committee to issue an official apology, I need y'all to hit the subscribe button now. Go ahead and do it. All the angry Muslims, all the angry black Muslims, I need you to come in here. I need you to subscribe. You need to hear this. You need to come on up in and hear this. I need 6 more people to subscribe to the channel right now. All you angry, come on. Come on now. Don't run from it. Don't just be happy it's not your day. Just be happy it's not your day. I'll be on them. When people die, I give them their day. The Haitians, they caught hands last week. The poor Haitians, they was like, what are you doing to me? We are doing. Yeah, I caught hands. It's not your day today, baby. Subscribe to the channel today. Go ahead. We need 5 more people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I need 5 people. Out of 600-700 of y'all, I need 5 folk. You send this to a friend. Send this to your Muslim friend. He about to do his hadith. He over there, talking about don't eat pork. Don't eat pork. Send him this. Next time you say, that's why I've been eating them pork rinds in front of you right now. I didn't know. Yeah. I need 5 people. All I need is 5 people to subscribe to the channel, and we will be at 92,000. Okay, I need 4 people. Don't hate watch. Don't You're not going to sit up here and hate watch me. You're going to subscribe to this channel. 3 people. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 3 more people. Look where we at. I want y'all to see where we at. Okay? See that? See, you can't see. It's almost, I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I got more to say. I'll talk to you. 2 people. I need 2 people. I got 92,598 people. Subscribe to the channel now. 1 person. I need 1 person to give me the 92,600. And I get back to work. I'm going to get back to work as soon as y'all give me my 92,600 people. There we go. Praise God. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Now let's get back. Let's get back to where we at. I'd like to thank all the crusty feet people, all the ladies with bonnets on. Okay, I'd like to thank all the angry Muslims, all the white supremacists. Everybody's welcome here with Uncle D, baby. Everybody welcome to get this work. Uncle D is passing out the truth over here. I'm here to hurt your ears, make you feel bad. Yeah, next time they tell you don't eat that pork sandwich, brother. You know you worshiping the damn racist ass religion. You got that brother-in-law trying to, yeah, man, when you gonna come down to the mob? You know you're racist, man. But anyway, I want y'all to go ahead and call your mama. Okay, call your mama because it's your mama's day. Isn't that what they call it? Your mama's day? Somebody call your mama. We started off earlier today in the broadcast acknowledging all your mamas. And I told all my white friends who are here today, make sure the next time you see a black person, just, you know, if you didn't get a chance to call them on Mother's Day, just roll up to them and say, your mama. Okay? I want you to say it just like that, your mama. Say it like that. Say your mama. And they will then immediately embrace you with love and affection and say, oh, thanks for thinking about my mom. So just say your mama when you see your black friend at work tomorrow. Okay? But anyway, praise Moses. What we're going to do now is we're going to read the Cash App. Somebody type your mama in the chat room. Type your mama in the chat room so I know you all are listening. What's up? What's up? What's up? Look here, man. Big shout out to Jay Smitty 93. So again, we've laid the foundation. We see that single motherhood is not something that's simply germane to the United States. So if nothing else, family, if nothing else, maybe this will get us to ease up off each other, especially considering the birth rate is down. Now, I'm going to give you some more facts because this is what I do. I want to kind of lay a historical background now for you all to understand. And I hope you all enjoy the broadcast. I spent a lot of time. I've been working on this for about 4 months now. Okay, this particular broadcast is one that I wanted to make sure I got it right, make sure it was tight and got it right. Yeah, bars, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, like I said, we need to talk about the black family with more honesty and less performance. Because again, we've been arguing, all right, and everybody wants to beat up black single mothers. Everybody wants to use the out of wedlock birth as proof that the black community is broken. And then everybody wants to pretend that the 1950s were the natural model of family life, because that's what we always go back to, okay? But that's historically sloppy. Marriage in America has always been tied to economics, survival, housing, wages, law, and social pressure, not just morality and romance. More importantly, can we really fairly judge the black family nucleus by the traditional nuclear family standards? Now, before 1965, black people were not legally free to marry in a fully protected sense because America didn't even recognize us as full human beings. There's a case called Dred Scott. In that case, the United States court determined it. It said it very plain, and this was 1857. It declared that black people were not viewed as full members of the political community, entitled to the rights and protections of citizenship. So we need to stop pretending that black families were allowed to grow under normal circumstances, because we weren't. Enslaved black people were treated as property. I mean, we were literally property. And if you were property, your owner's rights came before your marriage. It came before your ties to your children, your parental rights over your children, and before your home and before your bloodline, and before your humanity. And that meant your husband could be sold away. Your wife could be taken from you. Your children could be ripped from your arms and sold to strangers. A family could be destroyed in one transaction, in one auction block, and one white man with a legal title and a bill of sale. That isn't family structure. That's not the problem we had. That's state-sanctioned family destruction. Husbands were taken from wives, children were taken from mothers, fathers were removed by sale, forced labor systems, racial violence, incarceration, early death, migration, and poverty. And after slavery ended, assault didn't end. It simply changed clothes. Black people had to rebuild family under what is called black codes. Jim Crow sharecropping, convict leasing, housing discrimination, job exclusion, racial terror, and courts that either openly sanction segregation or move so slow to dismantle it, the generations of black people were forced to suffer under. So when people ask, why doesn't the black family look exactly like the idealized white nuclear family? The answer is complicated. America never allowed black families to develop under a normal set of conditions. America broke black families up by law and attacked us through violence and exploited us because of labor and boxed us out of housing and starved us in economically suppressed and political ghettos. And then had the nerve to turn around and blame black people for surviving the wreckage America created. And see, that's the part people don't want to say out loud. Okay? America helped create the conditions, then blame black people for the consequences. Now, let's go into a little bit more history. Okay, let's get a little deeper. Somebody type deeper in the chat room. See, because of the conditions, Black America built a broader kinship system. In other words, it was never just your mama and your daddy and your brothers and your sisters. And we did it because we didn't have a choice. Grandmothers raised children because mothers, fathers were forced, into some impossible circumstances. Auntie stepped in, uncle stepped in, cousin stepped in, oldest sibling stepped in. You had church mothers, godparents, neighborhoods, play cousins. They all became part of the family, you see? Because survival required more than a clean, neat two-parent household image. Again, it required a network. It required backup. It required people filling the gaps that slavery, segregation, poverty, violence, discrimination, and legal abandonment created. And that wasn't dysfunction, okay? That was institution building under attack. That wasn't randomness. That was cultural it wasn't cultural failure. It was Black people creating a survival system after being denied the luxury of a normal family development. There was another case. It's called Moore versus East Cleveland. And the Supreme Court recognized that what Black people had already known for generations. Family isn't limited to the narrow nuclear model. Extended family is real family. Grandma is certainly real family. Auntie is just like your mama. Uncle can be like your daddy. And your cousins, basically, they could fill any role, along with brother, big sister, etc. And these kinship networks aren't second-class substitutes for family. They are family. So before anyone begins to lecture Black people about family structure, they need to tell the truth about what America did to Black family formation in the first place. You can't sell husbands away from wives and sell children away from mothers and block people from land and lock them out of housing and restrict their labor and criminalize their movement and deny equal rights in courts and segregate schools and terrorize communities and then pretend the Black family life just developed in some vacuum. It didn't. Black family life was built in a hostile country. They kept attacking it. And the broader Black kinship system wasn't evidence of failure. It was evidence of a desire to survive. It was evidence of our culture that adapted. It was evidence of institutional genius under pressure. Black people didn't fail to copy the white nuclear family model. Black people built something broader because America kept trying to make survival impossible. Now, the Black family wouldn't have survived if the only acceptable way to raise children had been the traditional nuclear family model. Okay? Now, I gave you all some statistics earlier. I want to know that you're listening. What is the current birth rate right now amongst Black people in the United States? What is the current birth rate of Black people in the United States right now? The first 10 people, I will put your comment up for everybody to see. What is the current birth rate for Black people in the United States right now? There's one. Come on. The current birth rate for Black people right now. How many of those children are born out of wedlock? How many of those children, give me a statistic. You don't have to put the actual number that I cited, but you can roll back. How many of those children are born out of wedlock? How many of those? Come on, give me that number. Give me that number, 65%. So that means 65% of the Black children who are born out of wedlock. Now, let me read this again. The Black family wouldn't have survived if the only acceptable way to raise children had been the traditional nuclear family. Let me adapt that. The Black family will not survive if the only acceptable way to raise children is that they be born in a nuclear family. Did you all hear that? What was, is, and shall be the only way that Black people will be able to reproduce and be here in the future is that if they are if they're raised or they can't be raised inside the traditional nuclear family, and that's not the numbers that we have. And the truth is, people keep trying to avoid that. If Black survival back then had depended strictly on a man married to one woman and only their biological children living peacefully under one roof, then slavery would have destroyed us completely. So let's ask the real question. How did the Black family survive one of the most vicious assaults on family formation in world history? And I want to point out something to y'all. Generation X, which was born in 1965, is the first fully free generation of Black people in the United States. Did you hear that? And some of y'all are 40. I'm Gen X. I'm 52. Generation X is the first fully free group of Black people, generation-wise, born in the United States. So when you start talking about slavery, okay, that ended in 1865, but we didn't get our full rights till 100 years later in 1965. So be mindful of that. We are not that far removed. Some of y'all parents, and some of y'all are young parents. You got some kids. You born in 1980-ish. You understand what I'm saying? We talking about, look, like I said, how do we survive that? When you have husbands selling your child's father away, you have children being sold away from their mothers. You separating siblings. Marriage is not recognized. Parental authority is not recognized. Black children were treated like property. Black mother could give birth to a child and still have no legal power to stop the child from being sold. That was for over 250 years of our existence here. A Black daddy could love his children, he could love his family, and still have no legal authority to protect them. That wasn't family instability caused by Black people. That was family destruction imposed on Black people. And after slavery, the attack didn't end. Did y'all just hear? It was 1965. We just got our full rights as citizens. Again, it changed form. Black people were pushed into sharecropping, exploited in labor systems, criminalization, poverty, discriminatory welfare practices. Shout out to Flowers Galore. Housing exclusion, job discrimination, mass incarceration. The state kept finding new ways to keep their foot on our neck and interfere with Black family life, and then turn around and blame Black people for the damage. That's the part that America doesn't want to admit. Yet black people keep rebuilding family anyway. Marriage mattered, but marriage was never the only institution holding black people together, was it? Black America built a broader family system because survival required more than a wedding certificate. Grandparents, aunties, uncles, cousins, godparents, church mothers, older siblings, fictive kin is the term. All of that became family structure. The black family was often bigger than the household. It stretched beyond blood, beyond legal documents, beyond last names. Definitely beyond the nuclear family. We can't keep pretending that's the only legitimate form of family. The broader system wasn't accidental. It wasn't dysfunction. It was evidence that black people didn't, it wasn't evidence that black people didn't understand family. It was evidence that black people understood survival. Because when fathers were sold and jailed and killed and underpaid and excluded or pushed out by force, somebody still had to raise those kids. Shout out to Malachi. When mothers were overworked and abandoned by policy and trapped in poverty or forced to carry impossible burdens, somebody still had to step in and raise those kids. And when the law failed black families, the community became the backup system. When the state created gaps, black kinfolk filled them. They filled the gaps. And that's why black family can't be understood by looking only at the narrow nuclear household in black America. Family has never been limited to a mother, father, children under one roof. And you know, that's ideal, right? That's ideal. But it never the only black model. It was never the only structure that kept black children alive. And that's the point. Black family has always been bigger than paperwork. Hell, one of the most important figures in the survival system was your grandma. In some families, they called a big mama. In some families, they called a Madeira or Madeira. Whatever name your family used, everybody knew who she was. She was the woman at the center. She was the woman with the garden. She was the woman who made the sweet potato pie and the fried chicken and told the stories and corrected the children, no matter who was in the house. She'll whoop you and your parents. But she kept the family history. She made sure every child had somewhere to sleep when they came over. She was the one with the plastic on her couch. She was the one who had 5 or 10, 15 children scattered across the floor on pallets. Somehow everybody got fed, everybody got watched, and everybody knew they belonged. And this wasn't just sentimental. This was historical. The black grandmother became such a powerful figure because black families were repeatedly disrupted by force. During slavery, husbands were sold away from the wives. Children were sold away from their mothers. Fathers were removed by sale, violence, labor, and death. Mothers were sent into the fields or forced into work and kept them from being able to be raised raising their children full time. And often the people left to tend the children were the elders because they were too old to be sold and they couldn't be worked, especially the older women. They were no longer considered economically valuable for hard field labor or sale. And on the plantations, hiring seasons, which was January 1st of every year, the sale, that tore the families apart. Black folk hated New Year's Day. That's why they come up with the Black Eyed Peas for good luck. Hopefully they don't get sold too far away. Y'all didn't know that, did you? You don't know your history. But either way, when younger adults were moved out and sold and hired out and worked from sun up to sundown, somebody had to tend them children. And that somebody was often grandmother. And that's where the big mama comes from. That's where Medea comes from. That's where the cute little family nicknames come from. She was an institution. She was a daycare before daycare. She was a welfare office before welfare. She was a family court before the family court. She was a school before the school. She was a kitchen table counselor, the disciplinarian, the historian, the emergency shelter, the prayer warrior, the midwife of memory, and the keeper of everybody's children. She raised her children. She raised her grandchildren. She raised nieces. She raised nephews, she raised cousins, she raised neighbors' children, and sometimes children who weren't even black were attached to the family through relationships, work, war, migration, circumstance. Everybody called her grandma because functionally, that's who she was. And that's why so many of us can tell the same story. I had a Madeira myself. I keep a picture right there behind me. Black woman from Mississippi, raised me, my cousin. She had to at least have about 40 or 50 grandchildren. And just all of them. She raised my first cousin, my second cousin, my uncles, baby mamas, other children from a different baby mama, everybody. Everybody called her grandma. And that's why I keep a picture there with me. She wasn't just one woman in the family. She represented the institution that held the family together. When formal structures failed, when my mama was working, when my aunties' mamas was working, when my uncles went off to Vietnam, when the men were gone, when the young people were unstable, strung out on drugs, because that was big back in the 70s and 80s. When they went to the military, when they had to go offshore trying to make money, or when life simply got too heavy. The one household that we could be carried to and dropped off pretty much at any time of day before she took her medicine and put that water next to her bed, you could knock on that door. Now, don't make her get up out the bed after she done laid down. She got to get a walker. You'll be waiting at that door about 5 or 10 minutes before she get out that bed. You understand? But bottom line, the door was always open. There was always a pot of greens, or at least some green liquor. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you cook greens, they always had that liquor in the bottom of and you don't throw that away. I remember my Uncle Robert used to come in after gambling on the east side of LA, and he would come in and drink the liquor, the greens liquor out the bottom of the pot. That was, you know, in the chicken crust, anything. That's what that hen dog will do to you. That pot liquor, yeah. But, you know, the black family wouldn't have survived if the only acceptable way to raise children had been the traditional nuclear family model. And that's the truth. And people keep trying to avoid that. If black family survival had depended only on just married people, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't. You understand what I'm saying? So again, you know, and this is why, you know, this is the part people miss. When we talk about black single mothers and fatherlessness, like, you know, like the family, black family just suddenly collapsed in modern times, right? You know, that's what we do. But before people talk about single mothers or pretend that the black family, you know, just collapsed, right? We pretend as though it somehow fit into the nuclear family, white nuclear family. That's not the truth. Black women didn't create the original destruction of the black family. Black mothers didn't invent slavery. They survived the wreckage. They raised their children under pressure. They held the families together when men were removed with a lot of help. But that also doesn't mean that the absence of black fathers doesn't matter. It does. It doesn't mean marriage is irrelevant. That's not true. That's not what I'm saying. It doesn't mean children don't benefit from having two stable parents in a household. They often do. But it does mean we need to stop telling this dishonest story. Black people didn't survive because we perfectly copied what white people were doing, okay? When the legal family was denied, the cultural family expanded. When the household was broken, the kinship network carried the load. And that's the demographic reality people don't want to discuss. The black family was attacked, but it adapted. It was destabilized, but it rebuilt. It was denied normal conditions, but it created its own institutions anyway. And that isn't failure. That is survival under fire. And black families always had to adapt to removal. And fathers were removed. Fathers got, even after slavery, they were snatching men up off the street. Your husband, man just disappeared because of convict leasing. Black men were removed by lynching. A lot of folk had to leave. They getting low wages. They moved to migration. Moved places like Oakland, San Francisco, Chicago, New York. Fathers were removed by death. in war, in jail, in prison. And again, sometimes fathers just left. They were irresponsible. We don't have to deny that. But we also can't pretend that the black family structure developed under normal conditions. It didn't. You understand? In our culture, a child born outside of marriage didn't automatically mean the child was born outside of a family. Okay? He had his families. And again, let me run that back to you. We're the only generation, we're one generation off the plantation in a cultural sense. When I say Generation X, beginning in 1965 and running through 1980 was the first generation of black Americans born fully free, that means we were the first generation born to have full legal citizenship. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, we were, I'm saying something profound. Every generation before that lived under a formal legal version of racial restriction, racial exclusion, or some sort of racial terror. So the culture that developed before full citizenship was defective. What we did was necessary. It was designed for a world where black people couldn't count on the state, couldn't count on the courts, couldn't count on employers, couldn't count on schools, fathers being around, or any of that. And that's why the idea is still so pervasive. The culture that produced Big Mama is still alive because people who needed her are still alive. The people who raised her are still alive, and the children she fed, corrected, and prayed over and put on those pallets are still alive. Now, let's talk about something. When people talk about black marriage, when people talk about marriage in America generally, what time period do they go back to? Come on, the first one to get it, I'll put you up in the chat room and everybody can see you, the smart person in the auditorium here. What time period do they talk about? Huh? Name it. Come on now. First person up, 1950s. First guess. Shout out to CPH Bud, 1950s. When people talk about black marriage, when they, especially they always talk about the 1950s. They usually start with marriage rates and stop right there. And that's a mistake. Marriage rates without economic, legal, and social context are meaningless. The black marriage is one of the clearest examples of that. Yes, black marriage rates were higher in the 1950s, just like marriage rates were higher for almost every group during that period. In that time span, roughly 64 to 67% of black adults were married, which was close to, and in some cases, slightly higher than the white marriage rates. But those numbers existed along some very brutal realities. Okay? And that's what we need to talk about. And the stuff that people conveniently leave out. The 1950s weren't normal. They were a historical spike created by post-war economic conditions, high wages, housing subsidies, one-income households, and heavy social pressure. Any serious discussion about marriage in America has to begin with the history, not nostalgia, because most people talk about marriage as if the 1950s were the natural order of things, when in reality, that short 10-year time period was a historical anomaly, and it was created by some very specific post-World War II economic global conditions that will never be repeated. Okay? Now, in order for you to understand that, we need to go back to the 1800s, around about we'll go back to 1880. Marriage in America was not something that was universal. It was it wasn't something that people did early in life, and it wasn't something, it wasn't as stable as we try to make it out to be. Marriage rates were lower. People married later in life. A large percentage of adults, especially women, never married at all. Do you know during that time period, 30 to 31% of women never married at all? I'm not talking about divorce. They never got married at all. And that matters because it shows that the singleness isn't some strange modern disease. It's always existed. Marriage in that era functioned primarily as an economic arrangement tied to labor, survival, and social necessity. It was not mainly about romance or some sort of personal fulfillment. Men married later, around about 26 years old, because they needed time to establish themselves economically before they start having a family. So early America wasn't some golden age where somebody just got married because, people had better morals back then. Marriage was about money and stability and timing and survival. People married when it made financial sense. Does this make sense to you all? Y'all know this? Shout out to Dre Hart. Did you know this? And so from the late 1800s to the early 1900s, marriage rates gradually increased, but not because Americans suddenly became more moral or more family-oriented. Marriage rates increased because industrial jobs expanded and wages for men improved and immigrant communities stabilized, and it became easier to support a family. As the economy became more predictable, marriage became more common. So by the here's the thing, by the 1950s was something entirely different. The marriage rates had increased, but the 1950s were different. Why were they different? I hinted at it before. Okay, that 10-year time period represented the peak of marriage in American history, not because Americans suddenly discovered all these family values and leave it to beaver, but because the United States was experiencing a once in a millennium style economic advantage. I want y'all to understand something. You all have seen World War II movies, right? Have you seen, name one, name your favorite World War II movie. Saving Private Ryan. Oh man. Think of these. There's so many out there, but that's one of my favorites. World War II, after that war, most of Europe, most of the industrial world was devastated. Europe was knocked down. It was rebuilding. Japan was devastated, right? Loss of manpower. We just occupied them. Okay. China was flattened, and much of the global economy was knocked out of balance. So America had jobs. We way over here on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, right? We had jobs, we had wages, we had housing support, we had subsidized education, and we had very little competition because nothing happened to us. Okay? The rest of the world was shot to crap, and we were over here safe. We just got through reproducing all of these things for war, and now, so our manufacturing everything was great. On top of that, you had a lot of social pressure pushed by pushing young people into marriage. Even when some of them may not have wanted to get married or wasn't emotionally ready or financially mature or personally inclined to marry. Have you ever heard of shotgun wedding? So by 1960, about 72% of American adults were married. And that was the highest level in American history. Do you hear me? 72% of American adults married was the highest rate in American history. That 10-year time period that led to that 1960s was different. The marriage rate hovered around about 85 marriages a year. Okay? So that's about 850 marriages per 10,000 people. That does a lot to a small town. Okay? That was the peak. It was never sustainable. You listen to me? It was never sustainable because it costs money to be married. Now, once the rest of the world recovered and started manufacturing again, pay attention. Once the rest of the world got itself together and started working, America's position as first place in a one-man race began to fade. So wages slowed up. Education became more expensive. Women had entered the workforce in larger numbers. So not only were they working and making their own money, right? They didn't have time to have kids. Divorce increased. People delayed marriage. As a result, marriage rates dropped. So by 2010, we ran by 51, 52%. So from 1960 to 2010, we dropped by 20% because of those things. First, we got competition. Women don't have time to get married, right? And that's a big drop from the 1960 peak, but it was much closer to America's historical baseline. You understand? Yeah, is it starting to make sense? See, by now, here we are in 2026, right? The marriage rates haven't collapsed. They simply stabilized and they got closer to the historical norms. The most recent numbers show that about 6.2 marriages out of 1,000, okay? As opposed to what was going on in the 1960s, 8.5 marriages out of 1,000, okay? Which is after the 1950s, the boom. So again, the numbers only look low if you treat the temporary post-war marriage spike in the 1950s as normal. It was not normal. It was short-lived economic, social exception. The 1950s were a temporary post-war marriage spike. They were not normal. They were not the natural order as a thing. Marriage rose because American economy was unusually strong and the rest of the world was still recovering. Men had stronger wage power. Housing was more accessible. Social pressure pushed people into marriage. And when those special conditions disappear, marriage rates began to fall. And that doesn't automatically prove some sort of moral decay. It proves that marriage is expensive. Okay? It proves the economic realities associated with marriage. Once you understand that, the nostalgia of the 1950s stopped making sense. And that conversation about marriage can finally become honest. Now, bring that same honesty to Black America. Okay? Throughout the 1950s, about half of 60% of us was poor, okay, in the 1950s. So before anybody uses the 1950s as proof that Black people were better off, they need to put those marriage numbers in proper context. Anytime somebody tell you we were better off back in the day, remind them of how poor we were in 1960. 1965, I think 61% of Black people live below the poverty line. We don't want to go back there. Those were not the good old days for us, okay? Don't let these people fake you out. We don't want to, if make America great again means we got to be poor again, not going to do it. But regarding Black folk, let's look at 1959. The first year the census formally tracked poverty by race actually wasn't 60%, it was 55.1%. Poverty, you understand? Below the poverty line, 55 over. Black Americans live below the poverty line, 55.1%. Here's another cold part. You know how you get $1 for your work, right? You get $1, your coworker get the same dollar for the same job. Black workers earn 50 to 60% of what white people earn. So he gets $1, you get 50 cents. Same work, same duties, right? But you get half as much. Black unemployment was consistently about double that of what whites had, even in the height of the 1950s. Access to housing, education, healthcare, credit, political power was limited. Remember, we are the first Generation X is the first fully free generation of Black people. They dealt with social exclusion and discrimination. Bottom line is Black people married at a high rate, but the major reason was economic necessity. Black people needed each other for financial reasons. We needed each other for labor sharing, childcare reasons, housing reasons, survival reasons. It wasn't necessarily because we loved each other. I'm not saying they didn't love each other. But bottom line is we weren't together because we loved each other better, because we behaved better, or had some high levels of morality. High marriage rates didn't mean good conditions. Marriage for Black people functioned as a matter of survival. 2 incomes, no matter how small, were better than 1. Black husbands and wives pooled money for food and rent and childcare and transportation and labor in a society that deliberately and legally excluded us from opportunity. Black people married young, not because life was easy, but because life was hard. And many of those marriages were financially arranged by the circumstances that they live in. They weren't arranged by families in some formal sense, but they're arranged because of poverty and segregation and limited options and the brutal need to survive. And love existed. I'm not saying your grandma and your grandpa didn't love each other. I ain't saying that. Papa and grandma loved each other deep and all that, right? But you know them first 2 kids ain't his. Y'all know that. And you know granddaddy had another family on the other side of town, but they still loved each other. And you met, but you did meet your you met some of your cousins at the funeral you never knew about. You was sitting at them in class with them and never knew. They had the same last name. You went home and told your daddy, I'm dating a boy, he got the same last name as me. And you was immediately forced to break that relationship up. You never understood why. You get to the family union and you meet your 6th grade crush. Oh, Lord, right? And you 28, like, damn, I didn't know we was related. Yeah, blame your granddaddy. But they loved each other. Somebody type love in the chat room. Grandmama and granddaddy loved each other deeply. Okay? Like I said, love existed. But let's stop lying like love was always the engine driving those marriages. A lot of those marriages were built under pressure and poverty and fear and limited options and social constraint. And stability is a generous word when divorce was socially condemned and financially impossible for many women who had little access to their own income and credit and property and legal protection. See, when people romanticize these high marriage rates back in the 1950s and say, see, we were better off back then, they aren't pointing to prosperity. They're pointing to the people trapped inside a system that gave them very few ways out. Okay, that was not the golden age. Okay, that was forced dependency dressed up as family values. Segregation stripped Black people of options by law and then forced them to survive inside whatever narrow spaces were left. You could not live where you wanted to. You couldn't work where you wanted to. You couldn't vote in any meaningful numbers. You couldn't freely build your wealth. You couldn't trust the courts to protect you. You couldn't count on equal access to housing or credit or education or healthcare opportunities. So marriage became a survival arrangement in a country that had deliberately blocked every path. That's the part people don't admit. High Black marriage rates existed along extreme poverty, stress, illness, instability, and legal oppression. Marriage didn't mean Black people had power. It didn't mean Black people had wealth. Y'all richer now than we ever been. It didn't mean Black people had freedom. It mean cases, in many cases, it meant 2 people were locked arm in arm, trying not to drown in a system designed to keep them underwater. So no, those numbers don't prove, those high marriage numbers from the 1950s don't prove that Black people were better off. They prove that Black people were forced to endure, and endurance should never be confused with success. Now let's fast forward to today. Y'all still with me? Somebody type today in the chat room. You know, I like talking about today. Today, Black marriage rates are lower. But pretending that lower marriage rates automatically mean Black people are worse off or lazy or dishonest or amoral, that's just historically ignorant. The numbers change because the conditions change. The old forces that used to push people into marriage aren't as strong as they used to be. People aren't economically trapped. Women aren't legally dependent. You know, a woman couldn't even get a credit card until the 1970s. Women couldn't even open bank accounts back in the night like that. Communities aren't even as tightly packed together in these segregated enclaves. Churches don't have the same social control. Families are more spread out. Black people aren't all living in the same neighborhoods, attending the same churches, and answering to the same elders, and fearing the same public shame. The world changed, so marriage changed. And that's the part people don't want to face. Marriage used to be pushed by, romance. Yeah. But it was also pushed by some hard economic times. Women didn't have the same access to money, credit, and property, and professional employment or independent financial life that they have today. Like I said, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. This is 1974. I was born in 1974. Do you know before that it was illegal? It was legal for creditors to discriminate against women. Did you know that? So they had to enact a whole law in 1974 so you can get a credit card, buy you a car, rent an apartment. And that matters because before that, women could be treated like they needed they were treated like they needed a husband or a father or a male co-signer just to be taken seriously at a bank. Okay? Or some lender or some credit institution. In other words, marriage wasn't just socially encouraged for women. For many women, marriage was basic. It was tied to basic financial access. So, when women talk about choosing marriage in the old days, they need to be honest about what kind of choice they really had. If a woman's access to credit, where she can live, property, a job, and then social respectability, which you needed because we depended on each other, right? All this is tied to a man, then you have to ask yourself, is this really a romantic marriage? Did she really love Uncle Leon like that? Or Grandpa Otis? Or was this a survival strategy? Did grandma do what she had to do? I'm not saying there's no love. Somebody type love in the chat room. I'm not saying there's no love. Okay? But it was how many women gained financial legitimacy in a country that barely recognized women as an adult. Okay? And women had to only, they just got their right to vote in the 19th century, in the amendment in the 1920s. And even then, black women and other women still faced voter suppression and intimidation after that. So we don't need to pretend that this old marriage system existed in a world of equal freedom. It didn't. And this is especially important when we talk about black women in the 1950s. See, there were no wide open professional lanes for black women. They weren't endless corporate jobs and executive tracks and remote careers and business grants and professional networks or some sort of protected credit opportunities waiting for black women. Black women work was restricted to being underpaid, racialized labor markets. Okay, you was cooking and doing housework and service work. You were cleaning hotels and cleaning up white folks' cars, and you was picking out there in agriculture. You worked in factories. You were caregivers. You were cooks. You did laundry. You did labor. And some of them became teachers and nurses and professionals. But let's not act like the doors are wide open. They were not. And so women's labor force participation, and it changed dramatically after the 1950s when women's access to work and education expanded. Somebody type education. All right, and over time. But in the 1950s, you were living in a world where women were economically dependent, or should I say that it was limited compared to today. So of course, marriage rates were higher. What else were they supposed to do? If you can't get a job, you can't get a place to live, you can't get credit, right? Your independence is tied to a man. It was all restricted. And then on top of that, black opportunity was even more restricted. Your community would shame you, and you had to live with them people because you couldn't move nowhere. The white folk, you had to stay with them blacks over in the black part of town. But guess what? Marriage became one of the only institutions people could run for stability and have a more peaceful life. That doesn't mean everybody, wasn't happy. There was somebody type happy in the chat room. Okay? I see the pictures from the 1950s and they look happy. They look happy with their little dress on. They look happy, right? But it also doesn't mean they were more moral. But it also doesn't mean everybody was in love. What it means is there was pressure. There was pressure. The pressure was stronger, and the exits were fewer, and the cost of being alone were much higher. Now compare that to today. Women are more educated and more financially independent and more capable of surviving without marriage than they were in the 1950s. And I mean really surviving. And so the Census Bureau said in 2024, 40.1% of women age 25 and older have bachelor's degrees or higher, compared to 37.1% of men. That's a lot. And that changes everything. A woman with education, income, credit, mobility, and option doesn't have to marry just to live. She doesn't have to attach herself to a man just to be treated as financially real. She can rent, she can buy, she can work, she can bank, she can borrow, she can divorce, she can pick her ass up and relocate and build a life in ways that were far more difficult for women in the past. Black people today aren't living under those same economic and legal restrictions that existed in the 1950s. There is a visible black upper middle class and rich black people, and we see it. That didn't exist under Jim Crow. They've got census data to show you 1 in 20 black households are worth $1 million or more. You understand? Even the black median wealth has grown recently. So when people say you got to understand something. Black America now has more money, more education, more mobility, and more class separation than it had in the 1950s. And that changes the marriage market. Black women also have more routes to money and independence than previous generations. You got black-owned employer businesses have grown with, they said that, what was that? You got an estimated 194,000 black or African-owned businesses, which comes up to about $211 billion annually. That's a lot. That's about 1.6 million employees and $61 billion a year going in black people's payroll. That's a lot. That's just from black businesses. We kicking out $61 billion every year to our employees. That doesn't erase inequality. I'm not saying that. Somebody type reparations in the chat room. We want our reparations, but still, looks like we rich to me. But again, black people today are operating in a different economic world than black people in the 1950s. The old marriage pressure was not just romantic, it was financial, it was survival, it was we need each other because America has boxed us out of everything. And today more people can stand alone, even if standing alone is hard. I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm not saying you don't need a man. That's not what I'm saying. Great if you get you, and fellas, I'm not saying you don't need a wife. Get you a wife. That's not what I'm saying now. Don't take it and twist it. I'm just saying there's not that social pressure, some other pressure. But if I can just state it plainly, marriage is no longer the emergency shelter people run to because society has locked all the other doors. So marriage now has to justify itself. It has to offer something. It has to make sense. It has to be better than peace. It has to be better than independence. It has to be better than being alone. And for a lot of people, especially women, who are no longer legally and socially or economically trapped in a bad marriage, right? A bad marriage to them is not better than no marriage. They'd rather be no marriage than in a bad marriage. And that's not social decay. That's freedom. You understand? People don't need marriage to survive. And then here's another thing. We went through something called a social revolution. Right? There's no longer that same stigma attached to being unmarried, is it? It's not. Just the whole neighborhood watch it. So that old pressure system is broken down. A person could be single, divorced, never married, child-free, cohabitating, suburban, urban, religious, non-religious, career focused, living alone without the whole community treating them like a public disgrace. Look, man, they had a Pew. You ever heard of Pew? Pew reported that there a record high share of 40-year-olds have never been married as of 2021. And that means never married adulthood is no longer rare. It's part of modern life. And that old community, that old black community pressure is also hard to apply because people are spread out. They're not coming to the cookout. And during segregation, black people were forced into these little tight communities. Everybody knew your business, didn't they? We were stuck because of the law, poverty, redlining, exclusion, and of course, white violence. We had to stay together. It was dangerous to be out there by yourself. Had to stay tight. But the problem is everybody knew your mama. They knew what church you went to. They knew who you were dating. All in your business. They knew when you got pregnant. They had a good idea who that baby was for. They knew if you were divorced. Everybody was all in your business because you was so much confinement. You see? That creates surveillance. But today, black people aren't stuck in the same enclaves. Some live in the suburbs. Some of us live in the city. Some of us live in mixed neighborhoods. Some of us go to church. Some of us don't. Some are married. Some are single. Some are in the middle class. Some are rich. Some are struggling. Some of y'all struggling right now. Somebody type struggling. If you need $20, type struggling in the chat room. Some of y'all are socially connected. Some are isolated. I'm the only person y'all talk to all day. And come on, tell the truth. Yep. Bottom line is we aren't living under the same communal eye. We don't have all these old people looking at us all in our business. And that matters because that old school marriage pressure required a tight community structure. It about a lot of people struggling. It's too many people type struggling in the chat room. Who need $5? Let me know if you need $5. Oh man, yeah, we struggling. Some of y'all rich. Not me, not me. Oh man, but the bottom line is, family, we spread out. You know, we earn our own money. You know, people stop attending churches, they move in a different class position. And they no longer depend on these kinship networks for survival. And that pressure loses power. And so when people ask why marriage rates are lower, the answer isn't just people got worse. Okay, that's too easy. The real answer is that the enforcement system broke down. The economic pressure weakened, the stigma weakened, the church pressure weakened, the neighborhood pressure weakened, the family surveillance weakened, the legal dependency weakened, the financial dependency weakened. And once all of that weakened, marriage had to be about complete freedom. And that's the part people don't want to admit. People marry because they want to now, not because they have to just to survive. And that exposes a very brutal truth. When you remove poverty and segregation and shame and church pressure and neighborhood surveillance and limited access to financial means from the equation, a lot of relationships that would have existed in the past never would have formed. In other words, what I'm saying, if your granddaddy and grandmama wasn't poor, your mama wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be here. And it's not because people stop valuing family, but because people stop accepting arrangements built more on pressure than love, or more on survival than compatibility, and more on dependency than genuine desire. They didn't even like them people like that. Have you ever heard learn to love? You're going to learn to love them. That was common. You understand? So here's another uncomfortable question. Why are we romanticizing marriages that may have only existed because one person could not afford to leave and the other person benefited from their dependency? Why would you want to be married to someone who doesn't actually want to be with your funky behind? Huh? They only need you financially. Why do you call that tradition? Why is that strength? Why do you call that success? Why do we let them impose that on us? Because it's not love, it's leverage. And so many of these black segregation era marriages were two people locking arms because the world was trying to crush them. That doesn't make those marriages meaningless. I'm not saying that. Don't be looking at the picture of Meemaw and Grandpa on the fireplace and look I'm not trying to mess it up for you, baby. I ain't trying to mess it. You over there on, you're on ancestry.com uploading pictures and you don't even feel the same now about that. Like, oh my God. I'm not saying love was absent. It doesn't mean people didn't sacrifice and build and endure and care for each other, but it does mean we need to stop lying about the conditions that produce those marriages. A marriage formed under poverty and legal exclusion and social shame and community surveillance and church pressure and limited financial independence and limited exit options isn't the same thing as a marriage formed under freedom. Somebody type freedom in the chat room. So again, family, we need to look at, or should I say, we're looking at, we're taking another look at single motherhood, right? Because see, here's the thing: lower black marriage rates today don't prove that black people value family less. They prove that black people have more choices. Black women aren't as economically trapped. Black men aren't automatically handed authority just because society told them they were supposed to be the head of the household. Marriage now has to compete with independence and peace and standards and education and income and mobility and self-respect and the ability to walk away from nonsense. That's what freedom looks like statistically. And before anybody starts screaming about social decay and the black family needs to be this, that, and the other, let's be serious about what they're romanticizing. Again, the 1950s weren't some clean moral paradise. Black people were being terrorized. Emmett Till was lynched in Mississippi in 1955. Black people were still living under Jim Crow. They were still being humiliated at water fountains. These people didn't even want to drink out the goddamn water fountains. They didn't want us eating in the restaurants that we were serving the goddamn food. I hope they spit in every tray. We can clean the hotels, but couldn't stay in the same hotels that we were clean. Did y'all not hear that the black women were the domestics? We couldn't go to the same schools, but you had black men and black women in there cleaning the schools. Think about how crazy that is. They took our tax dollars, but we couldn't vote. We were still being beaten and threatened and excluded and murdered for stepping outside the racial order. So don't tell me about today's social decay. You romancing a period when black people couldn't safely vote, couldn't live where they want, couldn't drink from water fountains, couldn't walk down the street. Black women's bodies weren't safe. That's what decay looks like. That's moral rot. That's what the United States of America looked like at the height of these high marriage rates. You understand? So again, high marriage rates don't prove society was healthy. A society can have a full church, married household, Sunday dinner, and still be rotten to the core. And that's why the 1950 nostalgia is dishonest. People want to borrow that marriage statistic without caring the racial terror and the domestic abuse that women had to deal with and the alcoholism. Look at the drunk driving rate back then. You don't want to talk about the poverty and the segregation and the gender dependency and the financial restrictions and the social coercion that came with all that. They want numbers without context. They want family image without suffering behind it. They want to say black people were better off while ignoring that black people were still fighting to vote and live where they wanted to and drink out of some damn water fountains without being humiliated. We were just fighting to work, fighting to be safe, fighting to be treated like human beings. So no, lower marriage rates today don't automatically mean we have some moral collapse. They mean survival pressure was weakened. They mean coercion has less power. They mean people can say no. It means women in general can lead. It means people can look. They mean men have to bring more to the table than just the title. Okay, that's what it means. Being a man is just not enough. Sorry. Society's not set up to give you that benefit. Hey, baby, I can vote. I can buy land, you marry me, and, I'll get you a credit card. Mabel. The church don't control life no more. See, marriage is no longer guaranteed by economic desperation. See those high marriage rates? That reflected poverty, constraint, segregation. These lower marriage rates today, it reflects choice, mobility, and autonomy. And the simple fact that marriage is no longer mandatory for survival. We move from survival units to voluntary partnerships, man. And look, we move from I need you because I have no other choice to I choose you because I actually want to build with you. That's distinction matters because when you confuse endurance with success, you end up romanticizing the very conditions black people fought, suffered, and marched, worked, and died to escape. You understand? So now here's where we are. You guys remember how we got here? Do you remember how we got here? What's the marriage rate? What's the out of wedlock birth rate? Huh? Remember how we got here? See, the uncomfortable truth is this, man. What happens if black single mothers, everybody keeps vilifying, simply stop having children? Let me run these numbers down to you. In 2023, the CDC numbers, if the 340,748 single mother birth rates disappear, if they weren't replaced by marital birth rates, okay, then the total birth rate was 491,000. It would drop down 150,000 a year. If single mothers stop having children, we would go from having about 500,000 black children a year to 150,000 black children a year. Do you hear me? What does that mean? That would be roughly 69% collapse in the birth rate. That's you all don't understand that. You would barely see a black baby. You barely see a black woman with a black baby. If you translate that into some rough fertility impact, the official black total fertility rate would go from 1.58, right, to about 0.49 if only married black women had children. Now, if we look at the FBA only, right, FBA only, First of all, that drops down to 1.3. So foundational Black American women roughly have a 1.3 birth rate. You need 2.1 just to maintain what you have now. Imagine if it's already 1.3. Now let's remove the single mothers from that. The fertility rate drops down to 0.4. That's one baby in every 4 Black women. That's not a population maintaining itself. That is a demographic free fall. Now I want to paint a picture for you all. Let's move forward. Let's move forward to 2043. Okay, so for the last 40 years, Black women took the criticism seriously. We ain't having no more, we ain't having no more kids out of wedlock. We don't want to destroy the community. Even though you've seen all these women in Japan and Brazil, they seem like they pushing them out. You got an 80% out of wedlock birth rate in Brazil, in Colombia, right? So, but since Black women, they tired. Black American women are tired of the criticism. They heard the sermons. They've heard all the podcasts and the panels and the political speeches and the Twitter lectures and the barbershop debates and the church announcements and the YouTube videos. They heard everything. So they stopped having children out of wedlock, all of them. They did. They stopped. It's 2043. They ain't had no kid. If you're not married, you're not carrying. Unless they were married, they didn't have children. So they delayed. Some delayed motherhood. Some just delayed it indefinitely. Some never got married. Some had some baby deletions. Some just said, the risk is not worth it. It's hard on a woman, Black women. We have a high infant mortality rate and birth rate, death, whatever. So some looked around at the economy, the men that were available, the housing, the cost of childcare, $4,000 a month for these kids. Hell no. They said, hell no. Or the shame attached with being a single mother. And they said, you know what? Fine. And they probably, wobbled their head a little bit because you know how women are, Black women. No, fine. I won't bring a child into this. That's what they said. So now here we are in 2043. And realized the problem wasn't solved. It was manipulated. The babies are gone now. The children who should have been in kindergarten aren't there. The elementary schools that used to be filled up with Black children are empty. Half empty. At least the middle schools don't have enough kids to stay open. The high schools that used to produce football teams, all them teams in South Dallas, nothing. No marching bands, no debate teams, no dance hall, dance lines, no drill team. You ugly, you none of that. None of that. The bleachers are quiet. The homecomings are smaller. The school buses don't stop in any Black neighborhoods anymore because there ain't no Black kids to pick up. Cities like Memphis, New Orleans, Detroit, Baltimore, St. Louis, Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Atlanta, Chicago, H-Town, Dallas, Philly, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Washington, D.C. The change is visible. The Black neighborhoods don't just look poorer, they look older and they're very quiet. They emptied out. There ain't no sound of children playing, no Black children playing out there, no. The corner stores don't see any Black kids coming after school. The churches don't have any Black babies being baptized or dedicated. The Black youth choirs have disappeared. The Easter speech has disappeared. The Black church is dead. The vacation Bible school shrinks. The back to school drives have become smaller because there aren't any Black children to receive the backpacks. And like I said, the Black church is going to feel it first. By 2043, the Black baby boomers are dust and dead. You hear me? They are gone. It might be 1 or 2 of them left. Okay? They like 100. They gone. The people who remembered legal segregation firsthand are gone. The oldest generation X's are in their late 70s. Okay? And the younger generation X's are in their 60s. The millennials are the elders, but beneath them, the pipeline is thin. The children who would have become the next ushers at the church, the deacons, the trustees, the school, Sunday school students, praise dancers. None of that. Just a bunch of old black people at the church. Still got the church building because y'all paid that building fund. Y'all got that together. Y'all got some money. Y'all got y'all money. Y'all got y'all 401k, but ain't no kids there. And nobody helped you get in that car. You gotta hop, crawl your crippled ass out there and hop in that 2043 Cadillac. Okay? No junior missionaries, no young ministers. They were never born. The nursery's empty. It's rare that you even see a black baby anymore. Not a foundational black American child. Ain't nobody to talk about them old stories. Hell, the young adult ministry doesn't exist because there aren't enough young black adults to make one. And the church anniversary still happens, but it feels like a memorial service. You might as well be at a funeral. All y'all do is talk about who died and who about to die, who got arthritis, who having a surgery coming up. That's it. Who just had all their teeth replaced. You know what I'm talking about. I got that rheumatoid arthritis up here in my neck. I got to get this, they got a new surgery on me. That's all you're talking about. Oh, and what about the HBCUs? For what? HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, they depend on black children being born and raised and educated and sent forward. If the black birth rates collapse for the next 20 years, because we done told the single mothers don't have no more kids, then the applicant pool shrinks. You see how that works? The freshman classes shrink. Marching band, shit. The football program, you are not going to go to the Bayou Classic. There will be no Bayou Classic. Ain't no football program. The dorms are empty. You got some smaller private HBCUs. They going to start closing. That little one over there in Itty Bitty, Mississippi, out of here. What's it, Alcorn? Closing. Ain't nobody going to Alcorn. For what? Right? The dorms have empty beds. The smaller private HBCUs, they're going to close first. They don't have $1 billion endowment to survive a generational drop in enrollment. And the public HBCUs, they're going to survive longer, but even they're going to be forced to merge programs and cut departments. They're going to merge Southern University with LSU. That's what they're going to do to y'all. They're going to merge Grambling State University with Louisiana Tech. They're going to merge Xavier University with Loyola or Tulane. That's what they're going to do to you. The whole AUC over in Atlanta, they're gonna merge that with Georgia Tech. Shout out to the Bulldogs, the Black Bulldogs. See? So by 2043, some of these HBCUs still exist, but they don't feel the same. You don't have that safety net of knowing I can always go back. I can always send them here, back to my alma mater, back to my grandfather's alma mater, my uncle, my daddy's alma mater. They depended on international students there. It's going to be filled up with non-black students and black immigrants. Hello, my brother. How are you? Yes, can we have they're going to be all in there. They're going to be the student government. Okay? That foundational black American campus culture that made those institutions what they become, Clark Atlanta, Spelman, filled up with people from Nigeria and Ghana and Jamaica and Trinidad and Guyana. The homecomings, they're going to be having jollof rice, all that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all going to be mad. Old alumni, y'all going to be sitting up there with your little, hi, young man, how you doing? What's your name? Mustafa? Okay. How you spell that? All right. Yeah. Back in my day, yeah, we didn't have all this. Y'all don't have, oh, really? They're going to be out there, the dancing dolls going to have dashikis on. That's what's going to happen. Okay? The school still has history. All right? But the homecomings are going to look different. And the old alumni, you're going to be like, where the students at? There they are, right? You know, the black students. We're some black students. No, I mean black American students. We black and American. You still gonna go on the yard, but it's gonna be quieter. The school still has history, but the living community that history was supposed to reproduce has weakened. Then look back, look at the black politics, man. The political, you think it's bad now. They done said y'all can vote for the Republicans if you want to vote. We're not going to take your vote away, but y'all going to vote Republican one way or the other. Or some conservative Democrats, especially if you're down south. You know they amended the Voting Rights Act. But our political power is going to be nothing. See? And see, culture matters. History matters. Moral claims matter. But in a democracy, numbers matter. So if the black birth collapse for the next 20 years because we've shamed black women out of having children out of wedlock, guess what happened? You're going to have less black voters enter into the electorate. Fewer black school board candidates, fewer black city council candidates, fewer black teachers, fewer black, so your son going to be in there with that white woman, okay, or that Latina woman, or that Asian woman, fewer black cops, definitely fewer black lawyers, okay, fewer black nurses, fewer black union workers, fewer black entrepreneurs, fewer black soldiers. Let me go back to one I meant. Fewer black lawyers. Speaking of which, because I don't want to miss this opportunity. If you've been involved in the car accident, you need to give me a call. Let me go ahead and put my number on the bottom because y'all ain't really giving me what I need. See that number at the bottom of the screen, 713-229-0770. I want each and every one of y'all to know that I'm a Hall of Fame attorney according to the Southern University Law Center. And I used to practice a lot of different kinds of law, but now I only practice personal injury, which means I deal with car accidents. Now, I have friends and lawyers and associates across the country, but I'm primarily focused here in Texas and a couple other southern states. But if you've been involved in the car accident, I'll be more than happy to help you with that. You can reach me at 713-229-0770. Support black businesses, starting with mine. All right. So let's go back to that. You're going to have fewer black lawyers. Okay. And what does that mean? Fewer people that understand what you're talking about and where you're coming from, and also fewer black doctors. And we know we need black doctors. Okay. Fewer black union workers and union representatives, fewer black entrepreneurs, fewer black everything. And who's going to inherit the institutions? We just don't even have anybody to inherit the institutions. The political class starts treating black Americans differently because we don't matter. We're not growing. It's aging. It's shrinking. It's less feared at the ballot box. You can pull up if you want to. You're going to be pulling up in your wheelchair. You boycott what? Why? Y'all going to boycott adult diapers? That's it. That's what you're going to boycott at Target. You're going to be running back to Target to get them adult diapers. You understand what I'm saying? This is what happens. We're going to be easy to divide, easier to ignore, easier to replace rhetorically with a broader people of color, easier than it was. Language that doesn't require any specific obligation to foundational black Americans. By 2043, the language changes. Politicians still say black and brown, but the black gets quieter, and the specific claims of black Americans get folded into immigrant claims, diversity claims, global diaspora claims, generic minority language. Foundational black Americans become a very small, older, historically important group whose political era is just fading because the birth pipeline collapsed. Then look at the family reunions. The family reunion used to have generations. Big mama, her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, cousins everywhere, babies running around, teenagers sneaking off, aunties cooking, uncles arguing, somebody stepping up some dominoes, and somebody grilling, somebody telling lies about who the potato salad made it and, you know, how it's better. But in 2043, the reunion is small. It's a bunch of old folks sitting in the living room or sitting on the porch. The middle generation is tired. The children aren't there in large numbers, maybe 2 and 30, 40 grown-ups, old people. There ain't no babies to pass around. You got fewer little cousins. Fewer names to add to the family tree, fewer people to inherit the stories. And that matters because people continue through their children. No babies mean no generation. No generation means no future family reunion. No future family reunion means no family becomes no photographs, no obituaries, no old stories. Ain't nobody coming to your funeral. Let me tell y'all something, man. I had a conversation with my old boss. They keep up with me because I do well. I work for this little firm down in New Orleans. They made a lot of money. I made a lot of money for them, and then I went off on my own. I have great respect for him. Old Jewish cat. Rich. When I tell you rich, I'm talking about rich. I'm talking about mansion rich. Rich for a long time, rich. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met. Come to find out, his daughter is having a child. And my first question to him was, is she Jewish? Is the husband Jewish? He said, no. I go, oh, wow. And I thought that was shocking. And I said, is she married? No. You know what this rich, super rich, brilliant Jewish man told me? He said, it's better to have the children. They don't need to be married, Dennis. You mean Jewish people have single mothers who aren't even by Jewish men? I'm like, damn. That was about 4 months ago. And that set me to thinking like, damn, maybe we've been going about this all wrong as black folk. Because it seemed to me that everybody complains about black American women having children out of wedlock, but everybody else seems to be having children out of wedlock. Now, if I was a conspiracy theorist, I would say that this is one of those further attacks on black people, no different than using the media to make it seem as though black people are just a dangerous threat to society, even though we got other folk out here shooting up, pew-pewing up schools and such. I'm just saying, maybe we've been looking at this wrong. Because again, did you all see those videos that I showed earlier? Birth rate in Colombia is 80%. The birth rate in Brazil is 70%. In Asian culture, it's common knowledge that people could just up and leave their families at any time. They get no child support. They have a single mother issue in Japan. Did y'all see all that? So why are we so hard on each other? I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions. That's all I do. I just ask questions. That's what lawyers do. I'm just asking y'all some questions. It seemed to me, and I know, single mothers are, black single mothers are the scourge of the earth. I get that. But it seemed to me that these other people are having children at a higher rate than we are. And their nations aren't falling apart. Y'all just let me know. Let me know where I'm wrong at. What did I miss? Okay? What did I miss? Because it seemed like they tricked us into white people have more children than we do now. Where did that happen? I'm just saying we don't like. We won. Somebody type winning in the chat room. We've convinced each other. Black women have convinced the world that black men are horrible. And now black men have convinced the world that black women are as horrible as we are. So we won, right? We won the battle of the gender wars. Won. Both sides won. We won. Somebody type winning in the chat room. We won so much that black women are now having less children necessary than we need to replace ourselves. Amazing. Congratulations to us as a group of foundational black women. Thank you so much for all this winning. I can't stand it. So much winning. I'm just saying. But that old Jewish fella had me thinking. You understand? And we ain't even got to the cities. What are the cities gonna look like in 2043? What is a black city gonna look like without black children? It just becomes a museum. It's gonna have murals. It's gonna have an MLK Boulevard. But that MLK Boulevard is gonna have a bunch of white women with strollers and a Starbucks, whatever the new Starbucks is by that time. You're gonna have a historical black neighborhood. It's gonna be like 3 houses. You're going to have a Black History Month program, but it's going to be taken over by Caribbeans and Africans and whoever's here. But again, they're going to roll us out like some old, going to be some old Generation X's. Yeah, I used to dance with P. Diddy back in the day. I was a P. Diddy dancer back in the that's what you mean. Yeah, I used to dance with Salt and Pepper. Do you know that group? So they don't know who you are. You understand? The land's gonna get bought out. The church's land is gonna get sold. It's gonna be a bar. The school is gonna be a condo. The funeral home is gonna close. The barbershops are gonna disappear. And the beauty salons are gonna vanish. And the soul food restaurant, what that's like, they're gonna call that heritage cuisine. Do you hear me? Heritage, your soul food restaurant is gonna be taken over by some French chefs, and it's gonna be referred to as American heritage cuisine. That's what they're gonna do to you. They will never know. They will never, people never even know Black people existed. See, they're going to keep the culture and rebrand it. You understand? That's the nightmare. Blackness becomes an aesthetic in places where Black people used to live. The music stays, but the people shrink. The food stays, but the families disappear. The slang stays, but the children who would have inherited the language aren't there. The history stays, but the population that history belongs to gets smaller every year. And what does it feel like to be alone as a Black person in America? It feels like walking through a country where everybody consumes what your people created, but fewer and fewer of your people are actually around. It feels like being surrounded by monuments to your ancestors while your descendants are missing. It feels like watching Juneteenth become a holiday with a corporate logo while actual foundational Black American population declines. It feels like seeing an HBCU homecoming marketed as a cultural event while HBCUs fight for students. It feels like watching Black music dominate the world while Black neighborhoods lose children. It feels like seeing everybody talk Black, dress Black, dance Black, profit from Blackness, then realizing there aren't enough Black babies being born to carry our people forward. And that's what demographic decline looks like. It doesn't happen all at once. It doesn't announce itself like a police siren. It starts quietly. Classroom has fewer children. Like they're closing down these schools. A church nursery closes. A family reunion gets smaller. A little league team can't fill a roster. A high school band loses a section. A HBCU cuts a program. A neighborhood school consolidates. A Black funeral home buries more elders than it sees babies born. Then one day, people look around and realize the community didn't just lose institutions, it lost the children who were supposed to inherit them. So when people say Black single mothers need to stop having children, they need to understand what they're actually saying. Okay? They're not just talking about improving family structure. They're talking about removing the majority of Black births from the future. They're talking about collapsing the Black birth pipeline before they've rebuilt marriage, fatherhood, male employment, housing affordability, child care support, community safety, or economic stability. They're talking about turning a family structure debate into a demographic extinction level event. And this is why this particular conversation is probably one of the most important conversations we've had here on these YouTube streets. Again, I understand. We need fathers. Shout out to Prairie Ben. Stable marriage is better than chaos. Black women need to be responsible. Black men need to be responsible. Black men need to make better decisions. Black women need to make better decisions. Children deserve safe, discipline, loving homes. But if the answer is to simply stop having Black children unless you're married, well, by 2043, Black American doesn't become stronger. It becomes older, it becomes smaller, it becomes quieter, it becomes more replaceable. And that goal can't, look, fam, the goal can't be to shame Black single mothers out of existence. The goal has to be to build conditions where more Black children can be born in stability. That means responsible fathers. That means marriageable men, better jobs, safer neighborhoods, stronger extended families, lower incarceration, serious mentorship, real child care support, rebuilt them Black churches I was telling y'all about. Rebuild schools and culture and that honors children instead of treating them like evidence of somebody's failure. Because if Black single mothers stop having children, nothing replaces those births. We're not going to get a trophy for a moral victory. What you're going to get is empty classrooms in what used to be Black schools. You're going to get dying Black churches. You're going to get empty Black colleges. You're going to get smaller Black family reunions. You're going to get a whole lot of less Black political power. Your neighborhood is going to turn into a museum. The one you grew up in. You see? It gets people with more ancestors than descendants. And that's not restoration. That's disappearance. So I got a couple of more things to say, but I want to thank everybody who contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. We have 427 people here, and we have a total. Let me see how many Cash Apps we have. I'm sure there's an abundance of them. I'm absolutely sure that we got several, because this has been a blistering broadcast, and I know the people who learned something would want me to earn something, because you don't owe me anything. You don't at all. Nobody owes me anything. I'm just saying. But if you learn something, I should earn something. Somebody type divisive in the chat room. The internet is my YouTube page said I'm divisive. I'm the boule. Somebody type bad guy in the chat room. I'm the bad guy. I am that guy. I'm going to tell you exactly what the hell you need to hear. I don't care if you like it or not. I don't care if I hurt your little funky feelings. That's me. That's what I do. You understand me? That's what I do. That's what I do. I'm here to hurt your little funky feelings and make you feel bad. Somebody type divisive in the chat room. That's what I am, divisive. Uncle Divisive. Dennis Divisive Spurling. That's what y'all can call me. This might be divisive, but it might save your life. What you think about that? Let's go ahead and read all these super chats. This is amazing. I got so many super chats. I got a whole 7 super chats. I'm glad 7 people learned something today. I appreciate you all for learning something. 7 people out of all these people. How many people we have here? Thousands of people, only 7 of y'all. Because again, you don't owe me nothing. Okay? If you don't earn, I don't learn. But some of y'all just hard to teach. Some of y'all are hard to teach. Clearly, because if I sat up here and talked for 3 hours and 30 minutes and gave y'all all that information and y'all didn't learn nothing, then it's on you. This on you. Okay? That's what that means. That means you're not a smart person. That's what it means. You weren't listening. This is what happened. That must have been what happened. It's not my fault. I don't take no credit for that. That's why you fail high school math. That's what it had. You fail reading in elementary school, and you fail in Uncle D's free class right now. That's what happened. I'm gonna go ahead and run this Cash App across the bottom and go ahead and read these 7 super chats, since all these people, they didn't learn anything, but that's okay. Shout out to Flowers Galore. I had my 5. Y'all need to step up for those who can't. Yeah, if you ain't got no money, that's fine. I understand. Okay, I understand. It's not the first. You didn't get your check. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm not worried about you all, but I'm just saying I'm watching. Okay, I'm watching everybody. Shout out to Fitzgerald 2417. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you, Fitzgerald. These are precious. I appreciate y'all because it's only 8 people. That's great. 8 people learned something. Praise God. My man Jay Smitty, showing love to one of my favorite content creators on YouTube. Much respect. Thank you so much, Jay Smitty. I appreciate you. See, this is why I had to make sure I give a shout. We might be small in number, but the Most High said he'll never let another people claim power over us and let them try to take credit for our demise. Well, brother, let me say something, brother. I appreciate that. But they don't have to take credit for anything if we disappear. Okay, that's what you need. If we're not here, it's not their fault if they take our stuff. Okay, I'm just pointing that out. Okay, so we appreciate Deuteronomy 32 and 27. But I'm just saying, if we're not here, that's probably not a violation. Because we, remember, we've been fighting each other. Black men and black women for a long time. We've been fighting each other. So, we have to just recognize the fact that, but we all won. We won. We did a great job fighting with each other. Shout out to Malachi 13. Thank you for the super sticker, family. Also, let me see. Dre Harden. I don't think they understand their own logic and ultimate destination. Screaming black power, you're turning from black marriage and birth is declared. Yeah, it's interesting. All very interesting. Prairie Ben, this is a great wake-up call for us all. Yeah, now look, man. Don't rush out there and get some woman pregnant. Ladies, I don't want you to look. I don't want you to go down to the gas station. The first dude you should just don't bust them wide open for them. That's not what I'm telling y'all to do. Okay, don't just rush out there and start breeding, in the name of black empowerment. I'm not asking y'all to do that. Okay, because I ain't coming to your baby shower. Okay. And let me tell you something else. If you do invite me to your baby shower, I'm gonna look at that baby picture. If that baby ugly, I'm not coming. Not coming to no ugly baby shower. Because I don't want to, I'm not doing it. Okay. I told my middle son, I said when he was born, I said, my oldest son, he was handsome. When he came out, he was so handsome, and his little eyes was open real quick. And he had hazel eyes a little bit like me. And so he was so handsome. Y'all know Dennis, he in college. He came out so handsome, and but Roman, he was ugly. I told him to. I tell him every time I see him, man, when you came out, you was an ugly little boy. Yeah, slimy. His hair was slimy. You know what I'm saying? Just laying out. He had little speckles on him, and the nurse. I'm like, you was an ugly baby. But he handsome now. He handsomed up a little bit. But that second child, Roman, was ugly when he came out. Boy, I told him that was the first thing I said at the damn at the hospital. As soon as they drug him up out of there, I was like, ooh, that's an ugly baby. And it just came out. I didn't want to say it, but it just came out loud like that. And I remember his mama, my ex-wife, said, oh, I did. And the nurse was like, no. But I'm like, he is ugly. He's ugly, slimy. His hair was slimy. His hair was all slimy. And then like he had speckles on him. Like Dennis came out, he was brown and he was, he's a little cute little brown baby. He had, his little hair was, shout out to Big J. He was handsome and he didn't have all them speckles on, but Roman was speckly and slimy. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, ooh. So like when I got Dennis, I held him for hours. It's my first son. I love him. I'm going to teach him everything. And I ain't hold Roman that long. I said, go on back to your mom. Get you some of that old titty milk. Maybe that'll do something for you. But like, ooh. But he handsome now. Roman is handsome now. Let me see. I got a little picture of Roman. I don't want to do my son like that. But I'm telling y'all the truth. I'm honest with you. Okay. And I tell him every birthday, I'm like, son, when you came out, you was an ugly baby. You was an ugly little baby. I sure did. I tell him all the time. But he handsome now. He's handsome. He handsomed up real good. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy for him. This is Dennis right here. Y'all know Dennis. That's Dennis right there. That's my oldest son right there in college. He took his ass to TSU. I told his ass, better get away from the white people. He's so handsome. And then Roman is handsome too, you know, but he was not as a little boy. He came out there, boy, like, boy, you are a slimy looking little boy. I sure did tell him that. Yeah, and so what? I don't care what y'all saying. This is my child. I can say what I want to say to him. He handsome now. Let me see if I got a good picture of him. I have a good picture of him. I know. This is me back when I was, you know. Well, no, let me get my boy. Let me see if I see my. Yeah, this is Dennis when he was a little boy. See, look at that. He was a little boy. See that? That's Dennis when he was a baby boy. See that? That's at the Houston Zoo. They used to like, look how handsome he was. He's so handsome with his Tigger, his little Tigger shirt on. That's when he was handsome and small. Daddy's cute little baby. Yeah, so he came out handsome. And this is Roman. This is my first time. Like, you know, I got custody of the kids. Like, this is my first weekend with them. And so I did their hair. Y'all see that? I did that myself. I'm proud of that. See how Roman look? That's Roman in the lower. He came out squinty like that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but I did their hair. I'm proud of me. And this is how I used to dress them. Okay? See that? That's how I had them dressed. I did that. This is me being like, I had possession of my children. You know what I'm saying? Like, there wasn't no wife to tell me how to dress them. That's how I dressed them. That's how we would be riding around in the city. Yup. And this is my old Cadillac. I used to have this old Cadillac, man. I'd pop it in the back seat. We'd be riding around, man. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing. But yeah, that's how I would dress my children. But again, you know, I was getting used to fatherhood, and I dressed them different when they got a little older, but that's what we did when they was younger. Because, you know, I was trying to help them develop their own style. You know what I'm saying? I had them dressed up like that. Let me see. I don't want to do Roman a disservice. Let me see. Yeah, Roman. And then I'm gonna get back to reading these super chats. Okay, but this is important for me because I'm hoping some of you all will learn something and get me more in the left. I didn't talk to y'all a long time. Okay. Let me see. Where is this? I got a handsome picture of Roman. Okay. Let me see if I got a good picture of my boy. Trying to get a good picture with him with a little suit on or something like that. I don't want to. Let me see here. Yeah, this is Roman. Let me see. I got a little bit. Ooh-wee. I can't believe. These are all my kids. Look at that. See? That's all my sons right there. Look at that. The little light-skinned one, that's the one. You can't barely see it. Yeah, I dressed them all up. I used to, you know, these are the two oldest ones right here. If I can get a good picture. Yeah. These are all my boys. That's Roman sitting down right there. That's all of them dressed up one Christmas. Y'all can see that. But anyway, yeah, man, I'm glad I got some kids. You know, my wife here, she want to have some more kids. But I hope we have some girls, so I don't have to be, as rough on these dudes. But this is them. See, now Roman is handsome now. This is Roman now. See how handsome he is now. He's much more handsome now. But he was a little slimy when he came out. When he popped out his mom, he was a little slimy. You know, I was like, sir, you're an ugly child. I sure did. And it just came out. You know, sometimes your words just come out your mouth. And I was like, Lord Jesus. But yeah, he got more handsome in his older age. But not at first. Not at first at all. And I'm going to show this picture. We're going to get back to work. But this is him riding me around the city. Look, I'm scared out of my goddamn mind, holding on. Lord Jesus. Anyway, praise God. Let's go ahead and get back to worship. Thank you so much. Great wake-up call. Yes, baby. Prayer being it is a wake-up call. You need to get on out there and reproduce. Okay? Go on, push you a couple out. We got to catch up. All right, let's move on to the next. We got 11 super chats. instead of 8. That's better. Shout out to 0330-526 for the $40.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And CPH Bud, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. And then also Big J, shout out to you, just showing love, fam. I always learn. So I'm glad y'all there. I think this is a very important broadcast. Learning something in real life. Thanks, man. Appreciate you guys. Okay. So we're gonna I got a couple of more things to say to you all. Okay. I got a couple of things to say to you all. And I'm gonna let y'all go for the evening. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all go for the evening. I'm not gonna hold you all day. Y'all got some breeding to do. Somebody type breeding. Where the breeders at? All the ladies is breeding. Where y'all at? We need y'all to go ahead and crack them eggs. We need you I need y'all to go ahead and crack them eggs open, man. We got to catch up with these people, man. We got to do some breeding. Now, I'm going to share a couple more videos with y'all before I close this thing out. Somebody say Roman is my favorite. No, he's not. I do not play favorites amongst my children. Okay? I do not play favorites amongst my children. Okay? Now, I do talk a little more shit to Roman. Okay? Because Roman gets my jokes. Roman has a off-color sense of humor. I can't say Dennis is different than the rest of us around here. He's very into engineering and math. Okay, so I can't really talk to him. He don't really get the jokes. Roman gets all the jokes. Okay, Roman gets the jokes. Now, I'm just saying. But the crazy part is, the thing is, Roman used to be little, and see now he's getting big. See, he's getting taller than his brother. And they think Roman is probably going to be about 6'3", 6'4", maybe 6'5". Dennis is stuck at about, 6 feet. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little brotherly beef popping off up in here. But, my thing is, and this is us at the church. That's up at the church. That's my wife there in the middle. And that's me and all my boys at the church house. That's my pastor. Y'all can barely see that. But these are my kids. Look at that. I don't have favorites. Don't say that, Michael. Okay, I don't play favorites like that. I treat all my children equally. Okay, that's the oldest and the youngest. That's me in the back on the way to church. Okay, but anyway, get back to work. Let me share y'all. So don't say mean things like that, Michelle McMichael. You don't know my business like that. Get out of my business. That's what you need to do. Get out of my business. I would never tell my children that. Matter of fact, I tell all my kids they my favorite. I tell them I lie all of them like that. I don't like none of them. I don't like none of these kids. But if I had a little girl, I might like her. I feel like if I had a little girl, I'd be totally different. I really do. But somebody type money matters in the chat room. Somebody type money matters in the chat room. Okay. Somebody type money matters in the chat room. Money matters in the chat room. Somebody type money matters in the chat room. So how much money are we making? Okay. Because along with having more options, things are expensive, right? And everybody's not necessarily as rich. It's expensive. You might have enough money to take care of yourself, right? But guess what?
How many Americans actually make 6 figures? While social media makes it seem like everyone and their brother makes 100K or more, reality tells us a very different story. In fact, only 1 in 6 Americans actually make 6 figures. If you yourself have broken that 100K milestone, please share in the comments your occupation so that others can see the multitude of paths that they could take to break 6 figures. Interesting twist. If we were to slice this by gender versus age, 25% of men make at least 6 figures, while only 12% of women make at least 6 figures. Diving into the age brackets, starting off with those ages 55 plus, 16% make at least 6 figures, ages 45 to 54, 20% make at least 6 figures. If you've stayed this long, hit that follow button. Ages 35 to 44, this is where we peak. 25% make at least 6 figures. Ages 25 to 34, 18% make at least 6 figures. And finally, the percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds that make at least 6 figures is 7.
That's me. I was just showing y'all a picture. I'm showing pictures. You know what? Yeah, don't be on the elevator. Don't be on the airplane with me. I'm gonna show you pictures. That's what I'm gonna use my YouTube page for. But these are me and my boys. Look, they handsome. They're handsome. If you got some good looking daughters that okay, be nice and educated. I tell my children, I tell my sons, you find a woman, you intelligence and good looks in that order. Intelligence and good looks. That's what I tell them. That's part of my, I don't give relationship advice. I talk to my sons. Intelligence and good looks. That's what you want in a woman. Intelligence and good looks. Okay. All right. Because you need both of those. But out of those, the most important thing is intelligence. Okay. Because intelligence, stupid is forever. All right. But now let's get serious. I'm going to have a serious conversation. I want to first talk to my Black Manosphere brethren. Shout out to the Black Manosphere brothers. I know you all are going to pick this apart and die. Say, Uncle D's turning into a simp. No, I'm not. The realities on the ground have changed. We made our point. We won. At this stage, there's really not much else to prove. Black men have had legitimate grievances. Black men had real complaints. Black men were ignored. They were disrespected. We were mocked. Okay, we were misrepresented, and we talked over this for a long time. Okay, and and we were talked over for a long time, and that part is true, brothers. But now the question is bigger than whether black men were right before about some things. The question now is whether we actually like black people enough to start or stop before winning the gender war costs us the future of our people. Again, the first thing I asked you when I got to this broadcast tonight was, do you like black people? Do you like black people? Yes or no? Everybody in the chat room, anybody listening to this on replay, do you like black people? That's the question. Now, I'm only asking black people because there's some white folk that might not like us, some Latinos. I got a lot of hate watchers. You got some black folks that don't like. Do you like black people? If you like black people, type yes. If you don't say nothing, okay? If you're a black man and you like black women, I didn't ask you if you love them. I didn't ask any of that. Do you like black women? Even if you're not married to a black woman, you're not married at all, you're not dating them. Maybe it's just like I like talking shit with black women. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like talking shit. I like getting on the phone sometimes every now and then with a cousin that would try to set me straight. We'll go back and forth. I like that. I like the strength. I like talking to a motherfucker that's going to tell me just what they think. I like that. I respect that. So I like black women. You understand? I ain't asked you to run out and, fellas, I ain't asked you to run out and knock a woman up. I'm just asking, do you like black women? Ladies, black women, do you like black men? Do you like black men? Okay. I'm not talking about, are you trying to sleep with the black man that you like at the gym? Yes, I'm not talking about physicality, but do you like black men? And maybe that's part of it. Do you like black men? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Because this conversation is for those people. This is not for the people who don't like black people, who don't like black. This not who don't like black, but this ain't your conversation. Okay. Now, brothers, as I said, the question now is whether we actually like black people enough to stop what we're doing with this gender war. We already won, and they won too. Okay. But see, this continued winning is going to cost the future of our people. And I just introduced you to the fact that there are literally, it seems to me like this single mother problem is something that's worldwide, and it's not simply germane to foundational Black American women in the United States. So as we go about to places like Brazil, the 80% of Black women who are, Brazil, the 70% of Black women who are single mothers there, and the 80% of Black women who are, 80% of women who are single mothers in Colombia, and the 70% of women who are single mothers in Brazil, and the epidemic they're having in Japan and the epidemic they're having in the Philippines, single mothers seem to be everywhere. It seems to be a mainstay in the population if you want to have one. That's what it seems like to me. Okay? Now, for those of you all who don't like black people, just keep on going with this gender war. Keep feeding this gender war spirit. Keep attacking black women. Keep attacking black mothers. Keep treating black children like liabilities. Keep acting like being right in an argument matters more than whether foundational black Americans survive into the next century. Somebody type 2043 in the chat room. Okay? Go ahead and win. Win every debate. Win every panel. Win every YouTube argument. Win every comment section. Win every insult contest. You can win so much that we all lose. Again, based on the 2023 CDC final birth rate, 69.3% of black births were non-marital births, which means 69% of black children were born to a single mother. That means 7 out of 10 black children are born in America to some unwed single black mother. The official black fertility rate is already below replacement level in 2023. Replacement level is 2.1. That means in order just to have the same amount of children in the next generation to replace the number of black people dying, you got to have at least 2.1 per woman in her lifetime. So black America is already below replacement level before we even start talking about what happens if unmarried single mothers stop having children. So here is the math in plain English. If those non-married single mother birth rates disappear, we're not replaced by, and they're not going to be replaced by married birth rates, then guess what happens? That whole 69% is going to be felt immediately. And that's not a small correction. This isn't cleaning up the community. It's not about raising standards. It's not about restoring order. That's a demographic free fall. If we are able to convince black American women who are single to stop having children, that's what happens. Somebody type 2043 in the chat room. If black births are about 490,000 a year and single mothers account for 340,000 of those births, then removing those births leaves us with 150,000 babies. That means black America loses 2/3 of the annual birth supply. Not 1/10, not 1/20, 2/3. So this isn't just rhetoric. This isn't just emotion. This isn't just some soft defense of bad decisions. That's not what it's about. This is the demographic reality staring us in the face. So when people ask, how much time do we have? The answer is very brutal. The damage starts immediately because it becomes visible in 5 to 10 years. We don't have to wait to 2043. Within 5 to 10 years, it becomes institutional. In other words, there's no reverse. In 18 to 25 years, it becomes catastrophic after one full generation. And within 5 years, you would see fewer black babies, fewer black daycare enrollments, fewer black kindergarten classes, fewer black church baby dedications, fewer children at family reunions, fewer young families in black neighborhoods. And within 10 years, elementary schools, youth sports, children's ministries, after school programs, community institutions, you're going to see it clearly. This is 5 years from now. You don't need a PhD for that. So within 18 to 25 years, the real institutional collapse begins. Black colleges shut down. Our military recruits, which were at about 18% now, gone. No black kids working. No voters. No young black parents. Nobody in church. And within one generation, meaning roughly 25 to 30 years, the population structure changes all the way around. Black America becomes older, thinner, and quieter, politically weaker. We still have, a youth base right now. But if the birth pipeline collapses, that youth base starts aging out without enough children behind it to replace it. So within 2 generations, that's 50 to 60 years, and some of y'all will still be alive, it's a disaster. If the fertility rate effectively drops from 1.58 to roughly 0.49 because only married birth shares remain, then each generation would only replace about 23% of itself compared with replacement level. And after 1 generation, you're down to about a quarter of the replacement. After 2 generations, you're down about 5% of the replacement. After 3 generations, you're staring at near demographic erasure. That's your grandma's age. Now, that doesn't mean all Black people disappear. People live for decades. You'll still be here. But you know what else exists right along with that? Immigration, multiracial identification. Yeah, I am Black, Japanese, Korean, part Siamese cat, and I'm a buffalo on the side. But you ain't Black. Now, of course, you're going to have some married births that still happen. Some women still have children. But as foundational Black American population, continuity is going to be an issue. Okay, and that kind of collapse is going to be devastating. So the real line is this: if Black single mothers stop having children and married Black births don't dramatically increase, Black American doesn't get restored. Black America gets replaced. And that's why this conversation has to grow up. And I'm the one to do it. Somebody type the bad guy in the chat room. Now, we can sit up here and say children deserve fathers. They do. We can say marriage matters. It does. You can say Black men need to step up. They do. You can say Black women need to make better decisions. They do. You can say family structure matters. It does. All that is fair. I'm not denying none of that. I am not denying none of that. Okay? But see, here's the thing. If the only solution is that Black single mothers need to stop having children, then the people saying that need to be honest about what they're really proposing. They're really proposing the removal of the majority of Black births without having a replacement system ready in place. That's genocide. That's not family restoration. You're looking at demographic suicide dressed up as discipline and good morals, and that would be foolish. If Black birth rates are already below replacement, and if a large share of Black births come from unmarried mothers, and if abortion continues to reduce the number of Black births, then the conclusion is unavoidable. The foundational Black American population faces a long-term demographic decline unless something changes. That doesn't mean every woman should have a child. It doesn't mean anybody should be pressured into motherhood. It doesn't mean unstable relationships should be romanticized. It doesn't mean we should pretend that chaos is stability. But it does mean we need to stop speaking as though Black single mothers are disposable, because from a population continuity scientific standpoint, they are not. And let me establish my bona fides before somebody tries to twist this into me being against Black men. I am not. I have been invited to speak to the Black Manosphere Conclave. I've advocated for Black men for the past, 10, 12 years. I've defended Black men, whether we talk about Kevin Samuels, vehemently, Sean Combs. Don't even know these people. I've spoken on issues affecting black men when it wasn't popular. See, I've been at this. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've lost appointments to different appointmentships. I've ostracized family members. I've ostracized friends, all in defense of black men. I've sacrificed a lot. But see, before anything else, I am a race man. That means I'm looking out for my people first. That's an old school term. Look it up. Ask your granddaddy. That doesn't mean I'm against white people, against anybody. What it means is I put black people first. I put foundational black American people first. I'm not married to a gender war. I'm not married to a YouTube algorithm. Whether you join my page or not, I don't give a damn. I'm going to be fine. I'm not married to applause and validation from men, and I'm not married to applause and validation from women. I done pissed everybody off. That's not what I'm built for. I'm married to the survival and advancement of foundational black Americans. And the truth is, as I said, most of the time, people don't agree with what I say. That's mostly black men. Most of my critics are black men. Did you all know that? Look at my comment section. A lot of black men are not going to like what I've had to say tonight either, but I don't care. And the great thing about it is they know that I don't care, because above anything else, I'm a pragmatist. I'm a realist. I understand how the world works. I understand numbers. I understand power. I understand population. I understand that no people can insult, shame, and abort itself into strength. And this is directed specifically at the brothers in the so-called black manosphere, even if you don't call yourself part of that. I love you, brothers. You know I love you. But at the end of the day, this rhetoric didn't even come from us. A lot of this was imported from the white manosphere, from people who never interested in black survival or black family formation or black children or the future of black Americans in the first place. Many of those spaces are openly hostile to black people. And yet, for the past 15, 20 years, black men have been repeating some of their talking points as if they came from our grandmothers or our churches or our elders or our grandfathers or our history. They didn't. For the past 15 years, black men have used YouTube and social media to finally voice our opinions in response to what we saw as 60 years of black women having access to mass media, newspapers and magazines and television and academia and corporate platforms and public discourse to voice theirs. I understand that. I understand why that happened. I understand why a lot of black men felt unheard and disrespected and misrepresented and tired. But at this point, that phase needs to end. But it's because it's become self-defeating. What started as correction has now turned into destruction. What started as black men finally speaking has turned into a feedback loop of resentment. What started as a response to imbalance has become a machine that teaches black men to view black women and black mothers and even black children as liabilities. And that is not race work. That isn't race national building. That isn't family restoration. That's demographic suicide dressed up as discipline. Now, what I learned from my elders and many other foundational black Americans is simple. When white folk tell you what black people need to do, you better stop and examine it twice before you follow it. For the past 15 years, too many of us have been regurgitating these white ideals about black family life and what it's supposed to look like, while ignoring the actual history of Black family life and what I went over in detail. Remember when I talked about Big Mama? We forgot about Madeira. We forgot about our aunties and our cousins and our church mothers and our godparents and our play cousins and our extended kin. We forgot about that the Black family survived because it adapted to a country that kept removing fathers and scattering families and criminalizing men and exploiting women and forcing children to survival network. We've always had single mothers is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Just like the ones that raised you and the ones that raised them. And now look, we're where this imported ideology has pushed us. It's pushed us to the edge of demographic collapse. Because if Black single mothers stop having children tomorrow, Black America doesn't suddenly become morally restored, does it? No, the birth rate crashes. And the classrooms empty out. And the HBCUs shrink, and the churches age out, and the family reunions get tiny. And the political power is left nothing. Our culture gets consumed by everybody else while the actual people, us who created it, disappear. So no, this isn't an argument for chaos. It isn't an argument against fathers. It isn't an argument against marriage. It's an argument against it's an argument against demographic suicide dressed up like discipline. And we could demand better family formation without talking about Black mothers like they're the enemy. Because I don't see them saying that in Brazil. I don't see them saying that in Japan. They damn not saying it in Colombia. Y'all didn't say it when you went down there and was smashing them single mothers in all those countries either, did you? Not in the Philippines, not anywhere. You don't vilify those women. Most of y'all don't even took the time to figure it out that single motherhood is that pervasive. Again, the question is, do you like Black people? This conversation is for people that like Black people. I want to be absolutely clear. If you don't like Black people, you're going to disagree with everything I'm saying tonight. If you do not like Black women, you're going to disagree with what I'm saying. If you do not like Black men, you're going to disagree with whatever. You're going to find a reason not to like what I'm saying. Shout out to J. Jack. That's what this is about. That's why the first thing I ask you, and I established that this is a conversation for people who like Black people. If you don't like Black people, go on and be happy. Baby, I'm happy for you. Whatever you like. This conversation is for Black people who like Black people. Specifically, foundational Black American who like foundational Black Americans in our culture. And want to, no matter how far you go, you want to have a home to come back to, right? You want to bring your little white girlfriend back to the cookout, at least know the cookout is going on. You want to bring your white husband down there to your grandma's house for the wedding reception, right? Even if you don't stay. I'm just pointing that out. It's good to know there is a home to go to. But see, in 20 years, let's take it back to 2006. You remember when Barack Obama was running for president? Now, that's how short time period it was. Now, let's move forward 20 years from now. We're gone. If Black women stop having children, single mothers stop having children. Now, again, family, I want you to understand something. We can demand better family formation without talking about single mothers like they're dirty dogs. We can promote marriage without pretending unmarried Black mothers are somehow disposable when they're producing 70% of the children that we have in the Black community right now. We can call men to be responsible without borrowing these talking points from people who never cared about Black America and whether we survived or not. And I direct that directly to you women. This is the hard truth. Black single mothers aren't the ideal family structure. Fictive kin aren't ideal. But right now, they're carrying the major share of Black demographic survival. And if we shame them out of existence without rebuilding conditions for stable families, we don't get restoration. We get disappeared. And that's the very outcome the white supremacists have wanted ever since they could. And that's what they wanted. They want to get rid of us. They've been trying to get rid of us since we stopped working for free, and we helping them right along. But God bless you. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. This is Uncle D. I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.